participating in U.S. Spacewalk 96, as well as the support team. And it will be Jessica Meir that will serve as EV1, and Anil Menon, the flight engineer aboard the International Space Station, as EV2. And throughout today's spacewalk, we will be able to identify the two of them, as Meir will have the red stripes, as you can see at the bottom left corner of her portrait, and Anil Menon will have no stripes on his spacesuit. Taking a look at their career stats for spacewalks for Jessica Meir, it has been a busy time for her aboard the International Space Station, especially this most recent expedition from 74 into 75. This will be her third run of her current time aboard Space Station and sixth overall, previously conducting 5 spacewalks totaling 36 hours and 6 minutes. Her most recent spacewalk was back at the end of June for U.S. Spacewalk 95, and then she also participated in U.S. Spacewalk 94 back in March, both of those with NASA astronaut Chris Williams, which Williams returned to Earth and would officially close out Expedition 74 and bring on Expedition 75 with the arrival of Anil Menon. And for Anil, this will be his very first spacewalk of his NASA career. It is again the 281st spacewalk in support of Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 4th of 2026, and of course the first spacewalk for the newly minted Expedition 75. As we welcome you back inside Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We're currently in a communications handover with the International Space Station, and we will bring you those live views of the astronauts in Anil Menon and Jessica Meir here shortly as they continue their pre-breathe procedures as they prepare to venture out into the vacuum of space again for U.S. Spacewalk 96. Supporting both Jessica and Anil Menon today are going to be NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno of ESA, and these two have supported so far every spacewalk that they have been on board inside the International Space Station, supporting Jessica Meir's, again, spacewalk number 94 and 95. That was back in March and back in June. So Jack Hathaway and both Sophie Adno in their first missions aboard the International Space Station. Both of them arrived to the station back in February as a member of NASA's SpaceX Crew 12 on February 13th, and they're currently operating on their 174th day aboard the orbiting laboratory. As the teams here on the ground are currently executing a handover inside of Mission Control, let's take a closer look at who is supporting today's spacewalk from the ground in Mission Control in Houston. As he hands over control from the Orbit 1 to the Orbit 2 team, it'll be Spacewalk Flight Director Ronak Dave that will take the helm. Stephanie Wilson, NASA astronaut, will be the Spacewalk communicator. We'll be hearing many communications between her and the crew outside, so that'll be with both Jessica and Anil throughout the day today. Aki Hoshide of JAXA will be the Capcom. He will communicate with the crew inside the International Space Station. Again, that crew of 7, so he will be handling communications of everything internally. Steve Villano, along with Drew Burr and Lucas Winder, will work things out as the lead spacewalk officer. And task officers for today's spacewalk, and Matt Hahn and Andrew Francis will support the spacesuit and airlock operations. And there is our first looks live inside of the Quest airlock aboard the International Space Station, and there you can see NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the left-hand side, and Jessica Meir, the commander of the International Space Station, on the right-hand side. And throughout today's spacewalk, we will have Jessica. She will have the red stripes that'll be featured on the cuff of her pants, and we'll keep an eye out for her identification markers. And for Anil Menon, he will be in no stripes. And on the near side, against the wall, is Jack Hathaway, one of the 2 astronauts supporting today. And right on cue is going to be Sophie Adno, that's also supporting preparations for today's spacewalk. Again, the crew is currently executing their pre-breathe procedures, and they will do so for about 2 hours. They're about halfway through that point, and that is when they are breathing pure oxygen to remove nitrogen from their blood supply, and it helps avoid decompression sickness, or the bends, as they transition from the International Space Station to the vacuum of space. In terms of air pressure, the space station operating close to sea level that we experience here on Earth, and of course bringing it down to vacuum when they venture out into space. The astronauts have already completed some light exercises, or IL, where they complete those exercises in their suit. And that's all part of the pre-breathe procedures to help the body absorb oxygen faster. So these two crew members and their support crew, and Sophie Adno and Jack Hathaway, are currently in the equipment lock of the Quest airlock. This is where they get suited up and do the initial checkouts. The leak checks, which they performed earlier, all went well, and they'll continue to do checks on inspections of gloves, equipment. They'll test out their helmet cameras, which we will get great views from those as the spacewalk progresses. They'll also add their MEDOX canisters, or metal oxide canisters, that help scrub carbon dioxide from the astronauts as they perform their spacewalk today. And then eventually they'll move into the background, which is the crew lock, as Sophie Adno is floating that direction. And once we get a greater look, you'll see the equipment that'll be used for today's spacewalk. So let's take a look at what exactly these two astronauts, and Anil Menon and Jessica Meir, will be up to today outside of the International Space Station. This is to install a mod kit on the 3B mast canister that'll again help the International Space Station prepare for the future installation of a International Space Station rollout solar array, or IROSA. Now, these solar arrays will be delivered later this year on NASA's SpaceX's 35 commercial resupply services mission, and overall will be the 7th IROSA that will provide additional power to support critical station operations, including the safe and controlled deorbit. So these two will be building out that modification kit that'll be assembled on the canister itself. They'll also run the cables that will be needed to power that IROSA during that future EVA, and of course set up that EVA for future success and put it in a good configuration before eventually meandering back into the Quest airlock to complete today's spacewalk. And to better help illustrate where exactly these astronauts will be traversing today, if they were to leave the Quest airlock towards the middle of your screen and make their way down what would be the left-hand side of this graphic, the 3B section is where they will be operating today, and again adding that modification kit to that canister for the rollout solar array. Now, a similar spacewalk was conducted earlier this year. We mentioned Jessica Meir, part of U.S. Spacewalk 94 with Chris Williams back on March 18th. That was to help complete the modification and mounting hardware of the 2A channel, highlighted in green. And they would also complete the work done initially by Nicole Ayers and Ann McLean back in May of 2025, when they would help build that out. So at the completion of today's spacewalk, the yellow looking to turn green, and then the two rollout solar arrays that will again fly up on a later cargo flight, NASA SpaceX's 35, later this year. Those will then be a part of future EVAs to roll out the IROSAs. And if you're curious what the IROSA looks like, you can move all the way to the right-hand side of that image, and there you can see two rollout solar arrays. It's a great example that go over top of the International Space Station's current solar arrays. So as we make our way back inside the Quest airlock, again, the crew, Jessica Meir on the right-hand side, up against the wall, Anil Menon on the left-hand side, currently operating through their pre-breathe procedures, and will continue to work towards their checklist as Jack Hathaway in the foreground, working with the teams here on the ground. And again, we'll hear additional communications and expedited communications as the crew got to work earlier this morning in preparation for today's spacewalk. In about 5 minutes or so, the crew relayed earlier that they would begin.
Airlock, just want to think. I think we're still waiting in step 7. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay, Jack, we are still working through step 7. We expect about 5 more minutes before we'll be able to give you go in step 8. However, when you get to the designated time for MEDOX changeout at 11:15, you are go for MEDOX changeout.
I understand that you guys are working 7, and we're going to leave the cameras on until you guys are done with that. But I understand we can get started now with a couple prep steps, and then at 11:15, we're ready for the first MEDOX swap.
Good read.
Communication between the team here on the ground and with NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway is...
First MEDOX canister for EV1 is 1033, and Silt's got it up in the camera if you want to see.
Good number.
And Sophie Adno showing great displays is what Jack Hathaway is communicating down to the teams on the ground, the metal oxide canister that they will install in the back of the spacesuits of Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
Okay. And Sophie's going to unlatch Jessica's ETA and rotate her forward so she's got access.
We copy.
So as the crew and the support team of Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno working with the support team here on the ground, continuing to work through those procedures. And again, they were talking about the metal oxide canisters, or MEDOX, that we will hear. We'll hear a lot of acronyms throughout today, but that metal oxide canister is placed inside the spacesuit, and that is to remove carbon dioxide during today's spacewalks. And it can be used multiple times, and once a spacewalk is completed, they can recharge those canisters. So they're working through the equipment themselves, the serial numbers, and sharing down with the crew. And ultimately, it will be installed in the backpack, or the PLIS, the portable life support system, mounted on the back of today's spacewalkers. And again, Jessica Meir slowly tilted a little bit facing towards the camera will be EV1 wearing the red stripes, and Anil Menon will be on the left-hand side, and now an above view camera of Anil facing down as the crew again continuing to work through their procedures. They also mentioned HECA cameras. Those are the cameras that are mounted on the spacesuits themselves, the high definition extravehicular mobility unit camera assembly, and that's where we're going to get great views from the astronauts as they venture out into space and perform today's spacewalk. Once all the procedures are completed and the checkouts are done, they will then install their safers to the backside of their spacesuits. That is the simplified aid for EVA rescue. Those are nitrogen thruster-powered backpacks that are added to their portable life support systems and worn by the astronauts during a spacewalk on board the International Space Station. And they act as a self-rescue jetpack, providing 6 degrees of freedom and ultimately needed if a astronaut were to become untethered and be able to safely make their way back to the orbiting laboratory. So again, we welcome you back aboard the International Space Station in preparations for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, as the two, Jessica on the right side, Anil in his spacesuit on the left-hand side, receiving support from Jack Hathaway, NASA astronaut, in preparations for today's spacewalk. We're just moments away from the installation of the metal oxide canisters. And you can see Jack working through those procedures with the team and the support group on the ground, again helmed by Ronak Dave, flight director inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Team, and his Momentum Flight Control Team, taking over today's spacewalk duties from Elias Mirmo and the Orbit 1 team and his service flight team. In the background, again, the crew currently in the equipment lock of the Quest airlock aboard the International Space Station. But in the background, you see the equipment necessary to complete today's spacewalk. On the portion of the top left-hand side, you can see the struts that'll be required to install the 3B mod kit to the 3B mast canister of the International Space Station, and that involves 6 different struts and a mounting bracket that the 2 astronauts will assemble from start to finish. That bag is about 8 feet long and over 300 pounds here on Earth, and of course in space, though seemingly weightless, still carries that mass with it. And though out of sight, Sophie Adno currently working on the portable life support system on the backside of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, installing the Medox canister. And there you can see Sophie swinging Jessica back up against the wall of the equipment lock as that canister put into place. Anil Menon on the left-hand side in his spacesuit, preparing for what will be his very first spacewalk of his career, will have his metal oxide canister installed as well. And they'll continue to go over multiple checks and safety inspections before coming off of the wall and making their way into what would be the crew.
Serial number for Anil for EV2 is 1034.
Good number.
So now you get a great view of Sophie Adno swinging NASA astronaut Anil Menon off of the equipment lock to install his metal oxide canister and unzipping the backside of the portable life support system. That backpack mounted on the back of the astronauts provides everything that they will need for today's spacewalk: self-contained, breathable atmosphere, cooling, power, and all that they can carry with them to work out into the vacuum of space for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 and install the mod kit to the 3B canister of the International Space Station. And again, that is for the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array. For the astronauts in the spacesuits, continuing to also work through their pre-breathe procedures. And they did so about an hour and a half ago, began those pre-breathe procedures, breathing pure oxygen to remove nitrogen from their blood supply, and that helps avoid decompression sickness from going to a higher pressure, which is inside the International Space Station, down to vacuum at the lowest of pressures out in space. These astronauts also did some light exercises to help speed up that process and get the oxygen supply into circulation faster. Divers experience these adjustments below the surface of the water here on Earth. Jack Hathaway, NASA astronaut in the foreground. Sophie Adno of ESA, working on the portable life support system of NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the left-hand side of our view here today inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, installing the metal oxide canisters.
We're pausing the EMU pre-read in suit clock, GMT 1121.
And we welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside of Mission Control Center, Houston, Texas, as we are experiencing a communications handover in satellites. And we will rejoin the crew aboard the International Space Station here shortly. And there you can see a great view of Flight Director Ronak Dave. That'll be on tap for today's spacewalk. He and his Momentum flight team just completed a handover. Sitting immediately to his right is Stephanie Wilson. Then she will be the spacewalk communicator for today's activities outside of the orbiting laboratory. She will be the one that you will hear the voice of often talking with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. And immediately to her right is Aki Hoshide. He'll be the Capcom for today's events. He'll be the one communicating with the Expedition 75 crew aboard the International Space Station. And as we resume contact, we return back inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as Jack Hathaway and team continuing to work through today's procedures ahead of U.S. Spacewalk 96. And then as I actually look to the bottom left where Anil Menon is up against the wall of the equipment lock, you can see one of the key tools that'll be used for today's spacewalk. That is the pistol grip tool that'll be used to help assemble the 3B mod kit to the 3B canister of the International Space Station. That is the power drill, or a non-powered ratchet wrench that'll be used to help secure bolts and pins. Jessica Meir will also be equipped with that tool as well, as the two will work in tandem throughout today's spacewalk to assemble that 3B mod kit that again consists of 3 struts. They'll build an upper triangle and then have a right side and a left side that they will attach to the 3B canister. And once affixed with the center mounting bracket, that bracket will support the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array. And those arrays, again,
airlock in step 18. The expended MEDOX for EV2 was 0022, and the expended MEDOX for EV1 was 0020. And also, we didn't hear you verify this earlier in step 11. Our GMT for the pause was 1121.
And station, this flight, we copied 1121. We're getting Aki enabled here. And good numbers on the MEDOX as well.
So the teams here on the ground working with Jack Hathaway there in the foreground, relaying the good information relayed about the metal oxide canisters that again will scrub carbon dioxide from the spacesuits of Jessica Meir on the right-hand side and Anil Menon on the left-hand side. And again, for Jessica Meir today, it will be her 6th spacewalk of her NASA career, her 3rd during this recent stay aboard the International Space Station, when she would fly up on NASA's SpaceX Crew 12 back in February, and currently operating on her 174th day in microgravity. And for Anil Menon, he would join the International Space Station's crew of 7 and would briefly be a part of Expedition 74 and officially kick off Expedition.
Clock resumed, GMT 1125.
Copy 1125. Good morning, Jack.
Good, sir.
And there you heard the return calls from Aki Hoshide, again, today's Capcom, that will be communicating with the astronauts inside the International Space Station. And Stephanie Wilson, the SpaceWalk communicator, will join in once both Meir and Anil Menon venture out into space. They continue to work through their pre-breathe procedures ahead of today's spacewalk. And again, for Jessica Meir, her 6th EVA, 3rd during her current mission as a member of NASA SpaceX Crew 12, the current International Space Station commander. And for Anil Menon, who just arrived a little more than 22 days ago after launching on July 14th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome as a part of Soyuz MS-29, and a great above-camera view of Anil as he works through his, again, pre-breathe procedures ahead of his very first spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston as we look inside of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon prepare to venture out into the vacuum of space for U.S. Spacewalk 96 in preparation of a 3B mod kit to the 3B mast canister.
We have successful manual leak checks, and we're back into procedure 1.225, step 17.
Copy that. Thanks.
Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno supporting today's spacewalkers. Jessica Meir on the right-hand side, Anil Menon on the left in the equipment lock. And there we can see in the background a great shot through into the crew lock that they will eventually venture out into, and the equipment used for today. The larger bag that is floating towards the top of that lock is where the 6 struts and the mounting bracket that will be carried to the work site for today's spacewalk, and then the crew bag and equipment in the second bag, as we now see what will be the safers that are floating into view with ESA astronaut Sophie Adno. And these will be attached to the back of today's spacewalkers. And again, these safers, the simplified aid for EVA rescue, nitrogen thruster powered backpack used in the event an astronaut were to become untethered from the International Space Station and are able to safely maneuver back to the orbiting laboratory. So it'll be Jessica Meir that'll receive her safer first, shortly followed by Anil Menon. Again, we welcome you to today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96 as International Space Station Commander and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir alongside NASA astronaut Anil Menon will venture out to be a part of what will be a busy run of spacewalks in the month of August. The first of 3 here in the near future. for Jessica Meir, having her safer currently installed after her Medox canister just moments ago was placed inside of her portable light support system to help scrub carbon dioxide. Anil Menon on the left-hand side with his arms raised will receive a similar safer as the crew continues to work through its procedures in preparation for entering the crew lock in the background. Hatches will close, and then once that crew lock is brought down to vacuum, currently operating a little more than 14 pounds per square inch, similar to what we here on Earth would experience at sea level, will be brought down to vacuum, and the two will venture out into space. For Anil, it'll be his very first time, and for Jessica Meir, it'll be her 6th spacewalk, the 3rd of her current mission aboard the International Space Station. And that spacewalk will officially begin once the 2 crew members will switch over their equipment to battery power to mark the official beginning of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. Inside of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, with now her back towards the camera, having her safer installed to her portable life support system and spacesuit. She will be EV1 labeled by the team here on the ground and will be marked by what you can see now on the cuff of her pants, the red stripes for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. And with her safer installed, they are maneuvering Jessica into the crew lock to continue their procedures and next steps. And for Anil Menon on the left-hand side, he will await his turn to receive his safer, and will then join Jessica in the crew lock. Inside the Quest airlock, now NASA astronaut Anil Menon receiving his safer unit to the backside of his spacesuit ahead of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, NASA and ESA respectively. Helping install those is Jessica Meir, is now already inside of the crew lock and in position. For Meir, this will be her 6th spacewalk. And for Anil Menon, this will be the very first of his NASA career. We will continue to hear communications from the spacewalkers themselves and from Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno as they continue to work through all the safety and equipment protocols and technical protocols necessary before sending them into the crew lock. And once inside the crew lock, it will begin to depress, bringing the pressure down from what's inside the International Space Station down to the vacuum of space. And from there, the 2 NASA astronauts will venture out and begin today's spacewalk to again begin to install the hardware that will modify the station's 3B power channel and prepare it for the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array. ESA astronaut Sophie Adno continuing to work on what is the left-hand side of NASA astronaut Anil Menon in preparation for today's spacewalk outside of the International Space Station. Jack Hathaway floating into the foreground. The crew continuing to work through their pre-spacewalk procedures as Jessica Meir joining Anil Menon for today's spacewalk, already in the crew lock in the background there that is illuminated. This view inside of the equipment lock, setting up Anil Menon for eventual entry to join Jessica into the crew lock. Teams on the ground monitoring all these procedures and continuing to work towards the start of today's spacewalk. So far, everything has been on time for both the crew and team here on the ground as pre-breathe procedures have been worked through. Medox canisters to scrub carbon dioxide have been installed. The safers have now been installed with Jessica first and now Anil as they position him. Feet to head is the positioning inside of the crew lock as Jack Hathaway moving some of the equipment necessary for today's spacewalk to allow Anil Menon to float his way in and join the International Space Station commander.
Say 10 to 15.
Today's spacewalk support group and Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno now positioning NASA astronaut Anil Menon inside of the crew lock of the Quest airlock inside of the International Space Station as crew aboard the station, as well as here on the ground in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Now both astronauts have entered or egressed the crew lock of the Quest airlock with the necessary tools and equipment needed for today's spacewalk to again install hardware that'll help modify the station's 3B power channel and prepare it for the installation of the International Space Station Solar Array, or IROSA. And both the IROSA for 3B and the 2A power channel will arrive on a future cargo flight that'll happen later this year on NASA SpaceX's 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. For Anil Menon, he is the astronaut in the spacesuit with his head facing towards Hathaway and Sophie Adno. Jessica Meir just off to what would be Anil's left, our right from our view. Once they are properly positioned and continue to go through their spacewalk procedures, the hatch will close. The go will be given for depressurization of the crew lock, in which it will drop to about 14.5 pounds per square inch, similar to that of sea level here on Earth, to the vacuum of space. We'll also receive the official start time of today's spacewalk once both Jessica Meir and Anil Menon's suits have been turned on to battery power. Back inside the International Space Station's Quest airlock, we welcome you for today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96 as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon prepare to exit the orbiting laboratory and perform the installation of hardware that will modify the station's 3B power channel and prepare it for the installation of a future International Space Station rollout solar array that'll be completed on a future spacewalk. These two astronauts are currently inside of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, being assisted by Sophie Adno on the bottom right in the turquoise teal shirt, and Jack Hathaway of NASA helping support the two spacewalkers today. For both Adno and Hathaway, they have supported so far every spacewalk, U.S. spacewalk, that has been on the International Space Station since their arrival as a member of NASA SpaceX Crew 12 back in February. And that is also where Jessica Meir would arrive on station, and the current International Space Station commander. She is preparing for her 6th EVA of her career, the 3rd this mission, and over her career, 36 hours and 6 minutes out in space. And for Anil Menon, he is on his first flight to the orbiting laboratory, arriving just this past July 14th, as a member of Soyuz MS-29. So entering his 22nd day aboard the International Space Station. Everything so far has been on time for the crew in their pre-spacewalk preparations, going through pre-breathe procedures, having their metal oxide canisters installed, their HECA cameras, that is the high-definition extravehicular mobility unit camera assembly. We will see views from those cameras throughout today's spacewalk as they will work in tandem to install this 3B mod kit to the canister of the 3B channel of the International Space Station. Teams here on the ground in Mission Control Houston continuing to monitor through these steps ahead of the start of today's spacewalk as they continue to communicate down and communicate with the astronauts, making sure everything and every procedure is checked off. From this point on, the hatch will close, and the teams on the ground, as well as both Jack and Sophie, will monitor. And once that hatch is closed, we will get the go for depressurization of the crew lock. And there we see Sophie slowly lowering it, making sure the crew bag stays inside its proper placement. And with that, the hatch has been closed of the crew lock of the Quest airlock inside the International Space Station. Where on the other side of the hatch awaits Jessica Meir and Anil Menon of NASA, ready to venture out into space for today's spacewalk. Sophie Adno and Jack Hathaway in the foreground in the equipment lock portion, continuing to work through today's procedures. So for Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, officially closing the hatch of the crew lock, and again taking extra precautions and making sure everything is sealed up properly, as the two astronauts, Anil Menon and Jessica Meir, are inside the crew lock, but also with a lot of equipment for today's spacewalk. The 6 struts needed to complete the 3B mod kit and the mounting bracket necessary for the installation of an IROSA. That is an 8-foot-long bag, which here on Earth would weigh well over 300 pounds.
77, the emergency MPAP is closed. The node 1 vacuum access port is connected to the gamma cap. You guys are go for 78.
And Houston copies will take care of 78 through 80, and be advised, EV crew will be hot mic after we complete step 80.
If we copy, you guys are going through 80, and EV will be hot mic once you're done with that. We'll be standing by.
Copy that.
So inside the International Space Station, Jack Hathaway communicating with the teams here on the ground with Flight Director Ronak Dave and his Momentum flight team for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, continuing to work through the step-by-step procedures ahead of today's spacewalk. On the other side of that hatchway is NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, our two spacewalkers for today. 6th of the career for Meir, 1st for Anil Menon. And then as they continue to work through their procedures, we will hear communication from the crew as they continue to work through their checklist, but also the go for depressurization of the crew lock.
And EV crew, you are hot mic on Space Ground 1.
EV1, good morning, Hoshida-san.
You too, let's do this.
Good morning, Jessica and Anil. Let's do this.
Just to make sure I'm on the same page with you, I think that means that you guys are done with 80 and you're ready for me to do 81.
And Jack, stand by. We're working on the other steps. We'll call you when we're ready.
And a bye.
And we heard the first communications down to the ground of today's coverage from Jessica Meir and Anil Menon doing the comms checks with the team here in the International Space Station Flight Control Center. Meanwhile, Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno continuing to work through their step-by-step procedures ahead of depressurization of the crew lock of the Quest airlock.
Pick up in step 81, and in step 84, you have a go to perform the crew lock depress, repress cue card, depress section.
Some will go to start in 81, and in 84 we have your go to start the cue card.
Good copy.
All right, EV2, I've got a couple steps for you to verify. You're not actually throwing any switches here, but just verify for me on the UIA that the depressed power switch is in the off position.
Depress pump power switch OFF.
Okay, copy OFF, and one more verified step that the depressed pump enable LED is on.
Enable is on, ON.
All right, that's the completion of this, and I'm moving into the crew lock depress cue card if you want to follow along.
I'm tracking.
All right, step 1 on the crew lock depress cue card on the UIA. Anil, go ahead and take the depress pump power switch to on.
Currently on. Depress pump power switch.
We're going to count 10 seconds. All right, that's a good 10 seconds. Step 2, you're going to take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open. You can expect to get an alert tone.
Depress pump manual isolation valve open.
All right, continue to monitor your suit P gauge, stays below 5.5, and if it hits 5.5 or greater, go ahead and let us know. Stop the depress and let us know if the gauge gets above 5.5.
V1.
82.
So with those procedures that were read out from Jack Hathaway communicating with Anil Menon, as well as the teams here on the ground in Mission Control Houston, we have received the go for depressurization of the crew lock, which on the other side of that hatchway, you can see through the window the flag of NASA astronaut, or one of the astronauts, Anil Menon and Jessica Meir. The crew lock started closer to sea level, about 14.5 pounds per square inch. It is currently falling, and a little more than 11.8 pounds per square inch at the moment. We'll continue to monitor this depressurization of the crew lock. And of course, the teams inside and Menon and Meir will also monitor their spacesuits and safety systems as the depressurization takes place, along with Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, who you see in the foreground. And again, depressurization of the crew lock is underway just shortly before the start of today's U.S. SpaceWalk 96, now approaching at 10 pounds per square inch. We welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston, as we are transferring communication satellites and bouncing between the two, and we will bring you back views inside the International Space Station as depressurization of the crew lock is underway ahead of today's U.S. SpaceWalk 96 with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. Flight Director Ronak Dave and his Momentum flight team you see before you, monitoring today's spacewalk. Flight Director Chris Dobbins joining in to his left. He will be the flight director for a future spacewalk, part of a busy month of August for the International Space Team and Spacewalk team. Stephanie Wilson, who just departed the screen, she will be the spacewalk communicator, working with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon through today's procedures. And Jack's astronaut Aki Hoshide on the top part of your screen, he will be the Capcom or capsule communicator and relaying communications to the Expedition 75 crew that remains inside of the International Space Station. And as we return aboard the International Space Station itself, the depressurization of the crew lock continuing and now approaching 8.5 pounds per square inch as Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno continue to monitor that depressurization. Now approaching 7.5 pounds per square inch inside of the crew lock, where Jessica Meir and Anil Menon preparing for today's spacewalk and the installation of hardware to the 3B mod kit and mass canister aboard the International Space Station in preparations for the rollout of a International Space Station rollout solar array to help augment the power of the orbiting laboratory. Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno supporting today's spacewalkers. Also monitoring from the orbiting laboratory. And as we sit this morning at this hour, the International Space Station currently flying over the South Pacific, about to make its way to the northwest portion of South America.
Houston on 1. We expect another 3 minutes until 5 psi.
Copy, 3 minutes. We're seeing about, and pass through about 6.5 now, and EV1 and EV2, you can expect an alert tone at 6, and we'll check in with you again at 5 psi.
EV1, 2.
Communications with Jack Hathaway and the team here on the ground inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. And also relaying those comms to the 2 astronauts inside of the crew airlock as the depressurization continuing on. Now it's 6.3 pounds per square inch inside of that crew lock. And again, all of these procedures on the checklist ahead of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. And once the checkouts for both these suits and safety procedures for both Menon and Meir are complete, the hatch will open outside of the Quest airlock to welcome them out into the vacuum of space, and we'll await the call for the suits to be transferred to battery power, and that will again mark the official start time of today's spacewalk. Now approaching 5.5 pounds per square inch inside the crew lock, which is on the other side of that hatchway you see before you. Sophie Adno and Jack Hathaway also monitoring from the equipment lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station.
EV2, you guys are about 5.5 psi now. When we get to 5, we're going to have you do a step, so we'll just, we're almost there.
Copy.
There you heard the commands that once we reach 5 psi inside of the crew lock, there will be additional commands and checkouts performed before continuing on with the depressurization to bring that crew lock down to vacuum and allow Jessica Meir and Anil Menon to exit the International Space Station.
All right, to EV2, if you'd reach out and put your hand on the depress pump manual isolation valve and move it to the closed position, you'll get an alert tone.
Depress man ISO valve is closed.
We're just going to watch for a second, watch the pressure stabilize. All right, we see you guys stable at 5 for EV1 and EV2. On your DCMs, take your display switch into status until you see leak check ? Then a long yes, and follow the displayed instructions. Let us know when you're done.
EV1.
EV2.
Right now, the crew lock continuing to hold stable at close to 5 psi, pounds per square inch, as Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno working with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon through today's checkouts ahead of U.S. SpaceWalk 96, and of course monitoring from the ground as well and communicating some of these checkouts are today's U.S. SpaceWalk 96 team. And there you see in the navy blue suit right in the middle of your screen is Ronak Dave, the flight director for today's spacewalk, and his Momentum flight team overseeing everything.
EV2, leak check complete, going to EVA.
Copy, 2 good leak checks, and then step 6, let us know when you guys are in EVA. Copy, EV1, EVA.
EV2, EVA.
Copy, EV2, EVA. And EV2, if you take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open, you should get an alert tone.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is open.
Copy that. Sophie's going to take the emergency MPEV out here to open. All right, the emergency MPEV is open out here. Both of you monitor your suit P gauge, stay below 5.5, and let us know if it doesn't.
EV1.
EV2.
Two good leak checks reported by NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon as they are inside the crew lock of the Quest airlock with support from Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, as we have now resumed the depressurization of the crew lock ahead of today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, as we approach now 4 pounds per square inch, bringing down that crew lock from about 14.5 all the way down to vacuum. And from here, we'll continue to monitor on the ground with the flight control team, the Momentum Flight, and Flight Director Ronak Dave. And stand by as we get ready to begin the official start of today's EVA. And again, that'll occur when the suits are moved over to battery power for both Menon and Meir. But at the current moment, the pressure continuing to drop inside of the crew lock, now approaching 3.5 pounds per square inch. Pressure inside the crew lock continuing to fall, now approaching 3 pounds per square inch.
All right, decreasing through 3.0 psi. Our next step's at 2.0 psi.
Again, the crew continuing to work with the teams on the ground and the 2 astronauts for today's spacewalk, and Jessica Meir and Anil Menon through their spacewalk procedures. And we heard that the next round of procedures will come as we near closer to 2 pounds per square inch, currently at 2.75. Again, we welcome you to the live coverage of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 as depressurization of the crew lock inside of the Quest airlock well underway, now approaching close to 2.10 pounds per square inch, monitored on your screens by Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno.
2.0 PSI. If you'd reach out, put your hand on the depress pump manual isolation valve and move it to the closed position.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
All right, we're looking at the pressure for a second or two. Right, and on the UIA EV2, you can take the depress pump power switch to the off position.
Press pump power switch is off. OFF.
Copy off OFF. It's been great working with you guys. We'll see you in a couple hours. Houston, you got them.
Thank you so much, Jack and Sophie.
Thanks, guys.
Good morning, Jessica and Anil. Thank you, Jack and Sophie. We are ready for your initial tether configurations for egress.
Good morning, Stephanie. I can start the tether config. I have my waist tether on my right side on my mini workstation, and I have the small hook on my right steering extender gate closed slider lock. I have my anchor hook also on my workstation. I can see that my green reel is unlocked. My yellow hook is on the green reel, that's gate closed slider lock. My red reel is unlocked, and I can see my green hook is on the red reel that is unlocked. I have Anil's anchor hook also on the red reel that is gate closed slider locked. I can see his green reel is unlocked. And I can see his yellow hook on his green reel, gate closed slider locked. And I can see his red reel. So that's just disappearing out of my view. And now can you see the rest of yours?
Yes, red reel's unlocked, and the green hook is on the red reel unlocked. Starting from my left D-ring extender, I see the small hook of my left waist tether. Closed lock, black on black. It's attached to the large hook of the airlock waist tether. Both hooks are closed lock, black on black. And that small hook goes to the airlock D-ring extender, closed lock, black on black. My right waist tether is attached to the D-ring extender, closed lock, black on black with the small hook. The large hook is unlocked on my MWF, and my red hook is on my right D-ring direct. It's closed lock, black on black.
And we copy all. We need EV1's red hook.
My red hook is gate closed slider lock on my right D-ring extender.
Two good tether configs for EV1 and EV2. Thank you. When crew lock DPDT is about 0, EV crew expect an alert tone.
EV1.
EV2.
Communications from the team here on the ground in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, relaying information shared with today's NASA astronaut and spacewalkers, Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. That was Stephanie Wilson, the voice you heard on the ground after communications was officially handed over. And thanks to Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno of NASA and ESA, respectively, for preparing both Menon and Meir for today's spacewalk. Currently inside the crew lock where those two astronauts reside, approaching a 1.30 pounds per square inch. And the view you see right now, an external camera aboard the International Space Station looking at the Quest airlock. So as the crew continues to work through its safety tether procedures is what you heard. And again, safety checkouts will be quite often occurring during today's spacewalk. But we will await the suits for both astronauts to be turned on to battery power, and that'll officially mark the beginning of today's spacewalk to install a mod kit on the 3B mass canister to set up for the rollout of an International Space Station rollout solar array to help augment the power of the orbiting laboratory. Depressurization of the crew lock continuing to occur as we now are approaching 1 pound per square inch inside of that crew lock of the Quest airlock, which you see the external views of outside of the International Space Station. Right now, the International Space Station orbiting 260 miles above the Earth, currently passing over the Atlantic Ocean. And we'll stand by and continue to monitor the falling of that pressure inside the crew lock, now about to hit 1 pound per square inch. And I'll wait for the calls to have the crew and Jessica Meir and Anil Menon switch their suits onto battery power. And then we'll begin the procedures to begin opening the hatch. And for Jessica Meir, that will begin what will be her 6th spacewalk of her career, her 3rd on her current time aboard the International Space Station. And for Anil Menon, this will be his very first venture out into space. We welcome you to today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96 outside of the International Space Station, featuring NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon as the depressurization of the crew lock continuing onward, now under 1 pound per square inch, 0.88 pounds per square inch currently is the depressurization moving forward. Everything so far in their pre-spacewalk procedures have gone by the book. With the pre-breathe, the install of the safer and Medox canisters, the crew moved from the equipment lock to the crew lock. Additional safety checkouts and procedures performed by both the astronauts themselves and their support groups, both Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno aboard the International Space Station offering assistance, as well as the teams here in Mission Control Houston.
Airlock Houston, we are tracking about 4.5 minutes to 0.
V1.
And with that communication, the relay from Stephanie Wilson up to the crew is that they are now tracking about 4.5 minutes until that crew lock will reach 0, the vacuum of space. And we continue to monitor and follow along with the process. But again, next steps from here will be the crew moving their suits, their spacewalk suits, to battery power to begin the formal beginning of today's spacewalk. And then the go will be given to open up the hatch thermal covers and the hatch itself before beginning their egress to begin today's spacewalk. And again, today's spacewalk performed by Meir and Anil Menon. They will exit the Quest airlock here in only a few more moments, and that will begin their journey to install hardware that will modify the station's 3B power channel and prepare it for future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array. And that solar array will be scheduled for delivery a little bit later this year aboard NASA's SpaceX's 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. It will be the 7th IROSA and will provide additional power to support critical station operations, including its safe and controlled deorbit. Now, 2 minutes relayed to the pounds per square inch to reach 0, the vacuum of space, currently sitting at 0.68. Part of today's EVA tasks are to install the mod kit, the construction of the mod kit for the 3B mast canister, and route the IROSA cables necessary to then power up that future IROSA and connect it to those power channels for the space station. And of course, for Anil Menon and Meir, set up that mast canister and the 3B mod kit to a good configuration, a good position for that future EVA and eventual rollout of the solar array. Continuing to monitor along the depressurization of the crew lock of the Quest airlock, which inside the view you see here of the Quest airlock is NASA astronauts Meir and Anil Menon approaching 0.60 pounds per square inch as it is being brought down to vacuum. All initial checks and safety checkouts have gone by the book, and we'll await the commands from the team here on the ground in support of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 for instruction to move their spacesuits to battery power, which will bring the official start of today's spacewalk, and then the commands to begin opening the hatch thermal cover and begin egress or exiting procedures to move into the vacuum of space. And for Meir, again, this will be her 6th spacewalk of her career, the 3rd of her current mission as a member of NASA SpaceX's Crew 12 and the current International Space Station commander. And she will add to what has already become an impressive total of time out in space, 36 hours and 6 minutes as it stands this moment. And for Anil Menon, who just arrived to the orbiting laboratory only a few weeks ago after launching on July 14th as a member of the Soyuz MS-29 crew. This is his first space flight, and this will be his first adventure outside into the vacuum of space. And for today's 3B mod kit installation, we mentioned that this would be a part of a package deal that will be brought up to IROSAs and pairs on the NASA SpaceX 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. The 7th IROSA set will be a part of the 2A mod kit channel that was completed in portions back in March of 2026 and beginning in May of 2025. And then for this 3B power channel mod kit, it would be the 8th rollout solar array to make its way out of the International Space Station. Now reaching 0.50 pounds per square inch, half a pound per square inch as it currently stands inside of the crew lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. As we continue to methodically bring that down to zero, to the vacuum of space, before NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon will begin today's 96th U.S. spacewalk and install the IROSA mod kit on the 3B mass canister.
Airlock Houston, we see crew lock P less than 0.5. We are ready for you to verify EV hatch gauge.
Work. And now I'm coming left a little bit toward your feet to reset.
I'm moving my feet up.
I see negative 0.4.
That is a good number. You have a go to open the EV hatch and stow it.
Good work.
Communication is there as the team has received the go to open the EV hatch. As Jessica Meir radioing down to the team here in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. That is now in work as we are under now 0.20 pounds per square inch inside of the crew lock, and we'll wait the call to hear that crew switch their suits to battery power, formally begin today's EVA or spacewalk, extravehicular activity. And then from there, the views you see on your screen, the external cameras on board the International Space Station will begin to see movement and eventual exiting and egressing of the two NASA astronauts.
A little bit toward you.
Yes. I'm moving the cable bag out of your way to create space.
Okay, the hatch is open. I'm just trying to slide it back to the hatch key.
Yep. Okay, you should have more space for your feet. You have about a foot if you need to go a foot, body.
Okay, I got the right position now. Got it. Thank you. All right, hatch is open.
Copy, hatch open. For Jack and Sophie, take emergency MPEV to closed.
Emergency MPEV closed.
Copy that. That completes crew lock depress. Moving on to post depress. On your DCMs, take your power switches to bat. Stagger switch those. Expect in a warning tone.
Okay, copy and work. And power back.
2, power is back.
Take display switches to Pro to verify functional display.
V1 functional.
EV2 functional.
On the UIA, take power EV1, EV2, 2 switches to off, OFF.
EV1 power off. EV2 power off.
Copy,
Expected
check.
water off message.
Copy expected water off message. Check power EV1, EV2 LEDs, 4 of them off, OFF.
4 off, OFF.
EV1 has the expected suit P high.
Also copy expected suit P high. On your DCMs, disconnect the SCU from the DCM and install the DCM cover.
Good work.
Ten seconds, 20-second handover.
Baby LOS, but EV1 has SCU disconnected and in the pouch, and DCM covers up.
EV2 is disconnected into the pouch, DCM cover is up.
Copy all EV1, EV2. On the crew lock, check depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Press pump man ISO valve is closed.
On your DCMs, take temperature control valves to max hot.
Work. EV1 max hot.
EV2 max hot.
Take water switch to on.
EV1 water on.
EV2 water on.
Check DCM blank, bite off.
DCM blank, bite off.
DCM blank, bite off.
Take your temperature control valves as you desire and report the settings to us.
Thank you for joining us for today's live coverage of
EV2 set at 7.
Copy EV16, EV27. Please report all subsequent TCV changes to us. Report suit P gauge pressure.
EV1 4.2 on the 50 gauge.
EV2 is 4.2 gauge.
Copy 4.2 for both EV1 and EV2 on the suit P gauge. You can set your visors as required for day.
EV1.
EV2.
And we have good suit parameters on the ground. We will take the airlock VRIV step also from the ground. That completes post-depress. Jessica, we are ready for you to open the hatch thermal cover, release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring, attach the hook to the stowage tether point, and cinch the strap until snug. Confirm 6 lines visible.
Okay, copy and work.
And we again welcome you to today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96. We're just a couple of moments ago at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern. The suits to NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have been switched on to battery power. They just completed their post-depress checklist that you heard in communication with Spacewalk communicator Stephanie Wilson, you see on your screen here, sitting next to Flight Director Ronak Dave. So again, the official start time of today's Spacewalk, 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern, as the International Space Station was flying over Germany.
You can egress the airlock and turn on your HECA.
Work.
We are currently experiencing communications handovers between satellites as expected, and the team is monitoring, so we will keep things here inside of Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, as the team's actively working through today's pre-spacewalk procedures. Steve Villano, the lead spacewalk officer, along with Drew Burr and Lucas Winder, the spacewalk task officers to support today, along with Matt Hahn, the spacesuit support team, and Andrew Francis and his airlock support team. We also heard commands on Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut currently in work,
I have a tether down. And I have my HEPA turned on.
And as we regain communication and receive views, there we see Jessica Meir outside of the Quest airlock as she has now formally begun her 6th spacewalk of her career. And we will monitor Jessica's progress through today. You can see towards the top of her backpack the portable life support system, the red stripes.
On your BRT taped towards your head, and you can use an adjustable from your mini workstation as a load alleviating strap as desired for translation.
1 copies.
Strap bag is between the hatch and the staging bag, so it's going to take me a second to try to free that.
Okay, take your time. I'm getting my BRT ready.
So Jessica Meir now outside of the Quest airlock. NASA astronaut Anil Menon still inside. For Jessica, she mentioned the BRT. That is the body restraint tether that creates and provides greater body positioning and stability. And that is when working in close proximity to the International Space Station and being able to retain the use of both of her hands. And she will need that because Anil Menon is going to hand her the strut bag for today's spacewalk. That consists of 6 struts and a mounting base for the future use of an International Space Station rollout solar array. And that bag, quite large, 8 feet in long, and weighing here on Earth what would be 330 pounds. And that mass will be handed over to Jessica Meir to then have connected to her suit. And then once that is handed over, Anil Menon will make his way out of the hatchway and get his first views and begin officially his first spacewalk.
Stand by there. I'm going to try to rotate to the handle side. I don't handle yet. Can you keep turning it that direction?
Yep, I can.
Okay, I've got my hand on the handle.
Okay.
Stand by. I'm going to get my BRT ret on it. Pause there. Okay, I have my BRT ret on it. I'm going to release this. Have the ret side actually.
I do have I can easily release the ret if you'd like me to.
You can go ahead. I have it retted.
It is released.
I copy. I'm going to pull it out a little bit more. Okay, hold it there.
And we get our first views from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir outside of the Quest airlock being handed the strut bag for today's U.S. spacewalk. Being handed over to her from NASA astronaut Anil Menon. And you can see those body restraint tethers attached to the side of the space station. And there in the background, you can see the solar array wing and the Northrop Grumman NG-24 vehicle and cargo craft attached to the station. And again, that strut bag, quite large, 8 feet long, weighing over 300 pounds, that has now been handed over to Jessica Meir. So Jessica Meir continuing to maneuver her body and the strut bag for today's spacewalk. And you can see on the handle of that strut bag for 3B, that is the task for today's spacewalk, to install the IROSA mod kit on the 3B mass canister for her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon.
The adjustable, and I'm putting that over to my mini workstation for some extra maneuverability.
And this view, again, from the helmet cams, the HECA cams from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
Bag transfer to EV1 is next.
No copies. In place.
I'm going to refine this bag, I think, a little bit after, come out a little bit more. I like the position I'm in right now to receive the cable bag.
Okay. My handle's coming out first. And give me some station coordinate directions to get it to you.
Wait, stand by. I'm going to get a rep. Todd, stay right there. I'm going to get my red on it.
All right, no problem. I
Can
can
you come down a little bit more? Yeah, I'm going to try to get a red. I wanted to get a red on the other side.
On the other side, I can help you with that. Hold on. Is that easier? Handle feature with you.
Yeah, I've got a ret on it. You can release that ret.
Okay. Ret is off, and I'm putting it on the UIA. It is now on the left side of the UIA and out of the way.
We copy the tether config, and that EV1 has the cable bag. EV2 for met rate, we would like you to pause a couple minutes in the airlock before egressing.
Copies, pause.
So no, just to plan out this egress, I am immediately on the forward side. I have the strap bag on my left and the cable bag on my right. The cable bag is out of your way, I think, but it's just kind of underneath the hatch. You can see it.
I can see it.
But if you come out and then go straight aft, we should be in good position.
I'll do that. I think a driver for the net rate might be, I had to really get that net bag from behind the hatch.
Copy.
We understand. That's why it's notated as EV3 in the procedures. It's a big bag.
Yeah, and I think on that egress, that was what was preventing me from closing the hatch all the way. I couldn't see above it. Sorry, from opening all the way. Then we got past it.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon working through their procedures as we are now 15 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96. And there you see Jessica Meir on the outside of the Quest airlock and her indicators on the cuff of her pants, the red stripes, the cable bag that houses all the cables, tethers, and necessary equipment for today's spacewalk. To her right-hand side, to her left, are key components for today's work. Outside on the 3B mass canister, where her and Anil Menon will install a mod kit to that canister and set up for the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array that will provide additional power to support critical space station operations. So Meir currently outside of the airlock, Menon still inside as they have transferred the appropriate equipment bags and are currently pausing for a moment before Anil Menon will make his way out of the Quest airlock and get those first views of what is now 15 minutes into his very first spacewalk.
EV2, nice work on the pause. We show good met rates continue. You have a go to egress the airlock.
Please go to egress.
And with that communication, we are seeing the first movements of Anil Menon out of the Quest airlock. as he will join Jessica Meir. So now both Menon and Meir have exited the Quest airlock. Meir with the red stripes on her cuff of her pants closest to this camera view. Anil Menon just on the other side to her right as they will continue to maneuver into position. They have already transferred today's equipment and tools necessary, the cable bag and the strut bag for the installation of the mod kit on the 3B mass canister. And then soon they will step into buddy checks, and that is when they will look over each other's spacesuits and check in on each other, make sure everything is okay before proceeding on with today's spacewalk.
And if you have the handle handy. Here we go.
So again, the official start time of today's spacewalk, 7:33 a.m. Central Time, is when the suits were transitioned over to battery power, and we are now 19 minutes into U.S. Spacewalk 96.
Once you get a red on it, you can release that.
Okay, my red is on it, and it's on my DRT as well.
Okay, I can't return it enough. You can push it to me, or you can get it off.
I think given this position, I'm going to rotate towards you.
Okay, I see it. Stand by right there. I've got my red off.
Thank you for the help.
Copy. Nice work between the two of you on that choreography. Jessica, when you're ready, 10, the hatch thermal cover closed. And you'll turn on your HECA when you have it.
Open until...
Okay.
You just want it partially closed? Definitely?
Yes, it's just a partial tending it in the closed direction.
Okay, copy, inward.
And Anil, you can turn on your HECA when you have an opportunity, and after that is buddy checks.
Mills HECA is on.
Copy.
Here comes the thermal cover. Could you move those tethers a little bit?
Bring them. Here we go. Here.
The tandem of NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have now successfully exited the Quest airlock and are closing the thermal hatch cover. Jessica Meir would depart first. Anil Menon would hand her the cable bag and strut bag for today's US EVA and spacewalk.
Okay, let me move the cable bag out of my way. Ready for buddy check.
Okay, I'm looking at you. I see that your green HECA light is on. Your lights are not on yet, so you can go ahead and turn those on. I see 1, 2, 3 taps, and I see both of your safer handles are down.
Okay. I'm looking at you. I see one green light. I see 3 taps up. And can you roll to your left? Can you...
Sorry?
Other way. And I EV2 handles down.
Okay, and I have a dry half, and I'm going to give a baseline glove check. Gloves look nominal. I have a small black smudge on the middle finger of my left hand, on the tip.
I've got dry half and 2 good gloves.
Copy. Good buddy checks, good hap, and good gloves. And for EV1, we copy nominal with the small black smudge on the finger.
Okay, and the thermal cover is not going to stay closed with the tether coming out there. Do you want us to try to get it closed again?
Jessica, we're happy with the config. Yeah, we just wanted it tended closed, but we're happy with the config. We are ready for you to start translation. I have 2 cautions for you both and 1 caution for EV1. Avoid inadvertent contact with deployed test cable, zenith and nadir cedar rails to prevent kinks, folds, or real issues. Avoid contact with radiator and flex hoses. And for EV1, keep translation rates below 0.7 feet per second with the strut bag on your BRT.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
Hey, Neil? You good?
Great.
All right.
Yeah, I can do all the adaptations while you translate.
Sounds like a plan.
We concur with that plan. Please verify as part of your buddy checks you saw good tools and tethers on both crew.
Confirmed.
The tools and tethers on Anil. And a reminder, we've got our slingshot here, so all those wheels are in the middle. I don't see any twists that we don't need.
Concur. Good tools and tethers.
Hey, copy.
Copy. Good tools and tethers. Jessica, you are en route to the anchor hook locations on S1. For Anil, for translation adaptation, you can attempt a body rotation, pitch yaw roll, various hand grips, stable light fingertip hand between handrail and structure, translation without rotation, and attaching local tether and releasing both hands. We are also about 50 seconds to a handover.
Mail copies all.
Side-by-side views of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and Anil Menon as they have just recently completed their buddy checks after exiting or egressing the Quest airlock, successfully handling over the tools. Some of the procedures they went through is to make sure their tethers were attached properly, their safers were in a good setup, and also their HAPS, the helmet absorption pad, the safety device developed by NASA to address any possible risks of water inside the helmets. Everything went well. As we now welcome you back inside the International Space Station flight control room, where the teams on the ground continuing to monitor the progress of today's spacewalk, as we are now 26 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting into today's 96th U.S. spacewalk. We're currently switching over communications satellites, and we will bring you back those live views and communications with the NASA astronauts, Ronak Dave and the Momentum flight team overseeing today's spacewalk.
The anchor hook location for EV1's anchor is handrail 3217, the zenith side.
3217.
And for EV2, For your translation adaptation period, we are still seeing MET rates a little bit high, so we'd like you to perform the translation adaptation that you need, but be sure to build in a rest before beginning translation for the procedure.
Copies. Thanks for the feedback. Will do.
As we return to views from the helmet cams of NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. This is Jessica Meir's camera as she is translating across or moving around the International Space Station in preparation for receiving additional equipment necessary for today's spacewalk to install the 3B at mast mod kit on the 3B at mast canister. The International Space Station currently in an orbital nighttime, so the cameras aboard the spacesuits are now on as the space station now crossing over the Indian Ocean, about to pass over the west coast of Australia at 266 statute miles above Earth. And that is a view of Anil Menon that is still close to the Quest airlock, continuing his translation adaptation as necessary. As for Jessica Meir, continuing to make her way across the space station in preparation for today's install. And side-by-side views, there you see Anil Menon and his helmet cam looking back into the International Space Station in the Quest airlock on the right-hand side. As for Jessica Meir on the left, continuing her movements across the space station. As the two will be working in tandem today to install that 3B mast, or the mod kit to the 3B mast canister.
All right, I am at the starboard seat of cart, going very slowly with the strap bag, and I'm going to come find our handrails.
Copy, EV1.
And again, side by side.
17, I'm going to put my anchor on 3217.
Houston concurs.
My anchor hook is on 3217, gate closed, slider left.
We copy, Jessica. Good load path for EV1.
"31 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 as Anil Menon still in his translation adaptation near the Quest airlock, and you're hearing communications between Jessica Meir and the teams on the ground as Jessica has arrived to a crew equipment translation aid cart, a CETA cart. And those carts that Jessica has arrived at is offering a method to help translate or help move large pieces of equipment. And for Jessica Meir today in her spacewalk, currently tethered to her spacesuit is an 8-foot strut bag with a mass of 300 pounds, over 300 pounds.
Two's anchor hook is on 3215. Gate closed, glider locked.
Copy all, Jessica. Good load path for EV2. You can give EV2 a go to release the waist tether.
All right, EV2, I see a good load path here. Have a go to release.
Copy, go.
Stephanie, do I have a go to continue my translation starboard?
Yes, and while you're translating, I have 2 cautions and a warning to read. Do not translate on Sarge DLA. Do not load DLA cable under MLI. Avoid contact with ECU and SSU on unlatched BGA mass canisters. The one warning, avoid inadvertent contact with grapple fixture targets and target pins to prevent suit damage.
1 copies.
.5 minutes into today's spacewalk as we get side-by-side views of the helmet cams of Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
The thermal cover. Thank you.
Thermal cover is closed.
Copy closed. Translate to port CETA cart with 2 for the WIFX bundling to the cable bag.
Port translating now. E2.
So for Jessica Meir on the left-hand side of your screen, at a CETA cart that will help offer her extra support in maneuvering large pieces of equipment, much like the 8-foot-long, 330-pound strut bag that is attached to her space suit. And you just heard commands for NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the right-hand side to begin translation to another crew equipment cart to pick up a WIFX, a worksite interface extender. And this will allow the crew member to reach work sites that are not easily accessible with the articulating portable foot restraint. We'll hear a lot of those acronyms here soon as well. The APFR, and this WIFX with the APFR adds additional length and maneuverability that will be necessary to help out with today's spacewalk activities. And again, these crew members will be installing an IROSA mod kit on the 3B mass canister of the International Space Station. They will build an upper triangle portion, attach the right and left struts to connect that upper triangle, which also contains the mounting bracket for today's EVA and future IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Relay install. They'll route the cables and then set up that stage for the future EVA that will see the installation of that rollout solar array.
E2 is at CETA rail.
Copy EV2. And for EV1 for translation at S4, follow the keel side non-radiator edge. There is an optional fair lead on the non-radiator side of the grapple fixture per your preference. You are en route to your green hook location on X6, on S6, handrail 2042.
Copy all.
That is NASA astronaut Anil Menon with the cable bag attached to his left, currently translating along the truss of the International Space Station, where he will pick up some additional equipment necessary for today's spacewalk.
EV2 is at the feeder cart.
Copy EV2 at the feeder cart.
So he has arrived, Anil Menon. You just heard to the CETA cart, that again, the crew equipment translation aid cart. And that is where a lot of the extra equipment outside of the International Space Station and orbital replacement units also could be found.
And you're doing great. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
It is on this CETA cart that Anil Menon will pick up a WIFEX, a work site interface extender that'll help add extra length and maneuverability with the articulating portable foot restraint that the astronauts use to lock their feet into place as they will work on the 3B mast canister and the 3B mod kit for today's spacewalk. And you can see the ties that are angling off that cable bag. That is where he will bundle that WIFEX extender. A view from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, as that is the worksite interface extender that he is currently manipulating and maneuvering, that he just removed from the CETA cart. And he will now bundle to the cable bag that he has in tow.
And we copy, per your discretion.
And by bundling, he will take those wire ties that are attached to the cable bag to secure it before maneuvering any further in today's spacewalk tasks.
Is secured. Extender is secured.
We copy. You have the your bundle of joy now, the WIFEX bundle to the cable bag. And next is translation to S6 IEA. Prior to crossing the Sarge, check gauntlets in place.
How's my met rate doing?
And this is a good pace here. You're doing a nice job.
Okay, gauntlets are down, and I'm headed out.
I'm at 2042, Stephanie. I'm working on my green hook.
Copy that. Inboard stanchion.
Just over 41 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronaut Anil Menon has successfully bundled the worksite interface extender to the cable bag. And now we'll translate across or move across the International Space Station to the IEA, the Integrated Equipment Assembly.
Copy. Good config. Nice job. Next, stow the strut bag on the outboard non-radiator corner of the IAA using handrails 2045, 2071, and 2070. Tape towards the mass canister.
I'm headed there.
Handrail towards the center of the IAA.
We'll be very happy to go to strut bag.
Yes, you also have an opportunity to drop your bundle of joy.
All right, EV2 is past the MT, and it's 1,000 times easier than in the pool.
Roger.
Copy all. For EV2, for your translation at S4, you'll follow the keel side non-radiator edge. Also optional fair lead per your discretion on the keel side of the grapple fixture. En route to stowing the cable bag on the inboard non-radiator corner of S6.
Copy, non-radiator side. Optional fair lead, EV2 copy.
"45 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue preparations for the construction of the 3B mod kit, the mass canister of the International Space Station. After exiting the Quest airlock and doing quick buddy checks, they would begin their movements across the station to pick up additional equipment necessary, including the WIFX, the worksite interface extender, also a quick stop off at the crew equipment translation aid cart or CETA cart, and that helps them move large equipment across the International Space Station as needed. And part of that equipment does include an 8-foot-long, 330-pound strut bag that is a part of today's spacewalk activities. And now the two making their way to an IEA that you may have heard in communications with the team on the ground here at Mission Control, the Integrated Equipment Assembly. And that's the assembly of several power system orbital replacement units, or ORUs, that transform and control power from the solar array wing to the power channel. So direct access to some of the tasks required for that future rollout of an International Space Station rollout solar array.
We copy. That hook on 2071 is the large, small, adjustable large hook.
Large, small adjustable on 2071.
The crew currently working in an orbital nighttime for the International Space Station, which orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, so a sunrise and sunset every 45. And you see lights off the helmet cameras of the two NASA astronauts. You see Jessica Meir ever so faintly off on the left-hand side. And you can identify her by the red stripes on the cuff of her pant leg of her spacesuit today. And for Anil Menon in the foreground, you see his helmet lights really shining and reflecting off of the International Space Station, as those two will be working in tandem to build today's modification kit to the 3B mass canister. Now 48 minutes into today's U.S. spacewalk, as you continue to see Anil Menon and Jessica Meir, two NASA astronauts, continuing their preparations for the installation of a modification kit to the 3B mast canister. And with that, I am thrilled to welcome in colleague and friend of NASA Communications, Ken Appel, for additional commentary.
All right, Jessica, I'm here. I got eyes on 2039 and 2042.
Those are good handrails for EV2 for the cable bag.
Stephanie, I've got this third strap on 2045.
Copy, third strap 2045. Nice work stowing the strut bag. At your convenience or when you're ready, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check. We also would like to check that your HECA green light is on.
Click this way, I can check.
I see my green light. Light is on. And I have a dry hap. And still no change to gloves.
No change to gloves, dry hap, gauntlets down, check, good green light on your HECA for EV1.
Sure.
For EV1, we would like a power cycle on your HECA Anil, as you work to stow the cable bag with the handrail towards the center of the IAA, we'd like you to take a few-minute pause.
Clarification, you want me to pause now or continue with bag stow?
After the bag stow. So once you've got the bag stowed, friendly reminder handrail towards the center of the IAA, then we'd like you to pause.
Okay. And I will cycle my HECA in just 1 second.
Copy.
HECA is off, and I need to wait a certain number of seconds to just right back on.
Right back on for the HECA power cycle.
Back on, and I see a good green light again.
Copy. Thank you. With that work, Jessica, we are ready for you to begin working to build the upper triangle. Open the strap bag, securing the straps as needed. Retrieve the mounting bracket from the strap bag, keeping that tethered to the bag, and you may lock out the ret if required.
The cable bag is fully stowed. 3 locations tied down for stability. Giving a pause.
We copy. Nice work. Also saw the WIFX on your BRT. We still would like you to pause for met rates. Thank you.
I'm going to increase my TCV during this pause. We'll report.
Copy.
I have the mounting bracket out, and I'm going to retrieve the upper right strap.
Copy. Upper right struts under straps 3 and 4.
TCV set to 8 for EV2.
Copy. TCV 8 for EV2. Thank you.
Stephanie, just for feedback from the team, when I do something like install an APFR, I'm going to try to do it a little bit slower. It seems like when I take action, it pops my met rate, so I'll just maybe slow down those procedural steps a little bit.
And we copy, Anil. We think it'll stabilize as you ingress the APFR and work throughout the EVA. We're just trying to be conservative with the pacing.
Copy. Let me know if that hypothesis is accurate. Else I'll just continue doing as I'm doing until the APFR with your pauses.
And your hypothesis is correct.
If your pause is close enough by here, you could help me stabilize this mounting bracket. Up to the team on what they want to do there.
I don't know if you caught that. Do you want me to help Jessica stabilize the mounting bracket while paused?
Anil, yes, you can help Jessica stabilize the struts. We're almost done with the pause, and once we show good met rates, we'll get you moving.
Who wants to help, Jessica?
Let's see when we're ready to pause, and we'll make a call then.
Okay. Popping my visor.
For Anil, we show good met rates. We're ready for you to translate to your green hook location, S6, handrail 2029.
Going to the green hook, handrail 2029.
It's a good copy.
Stephanie, I've got the lip underneath the guide here, lining up the black lines. See if I can try to hand start it all.
Jessica, we copy. And Anil, as you translate, there are 3 cautions. Do not translate on the S6 PVR base handrail. Avoid inadvertent contact with PVR pit pin near PFCS. Battery adapter plate cables on IEA or potential snag hazards.
No copies. Just pausing for tether cleanup.
We copy.
Stephanie, this is kind of a three-handed operation to try to line these up, keep them both in position, and then go for my PGT. So any suggested strategies are welcome.
I'm right here in case you need to pivot now.
Copy, checking.
The thing is, Jessica, once I get the APFR install, I'll eventually be able to help them too.
That trying to stabilize two free-floating objects, then gets PGT is a challenge.
This is Mission Control Houston, and if you're just joining us, we're covering U.S. Spacewalk 96 that began at 7:33 a.m. Central, 8:33 a.m. Eastern this morning. We are currently just over an hour into today's spacewalk, and all procedures have gone by the book. Actually, a bit ahead of schedule this morning, about 10 minutes or so.
2029 reel unlocked. Also double check on the outboard.
Today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for the future installation of new rollout solar arrays.
Outboard.
Once installed, the arrays will provide additional power to support critical station operations.
Of that handrail is not.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, who you see on your screen, are currently assembling the upper triangle, which is the first portion of today's construction. This assembly consists of the IROSA mounting bracket and two struts that'll connect to the 3B canister.
37.
For Jessica, for help stabilizing the two parts of the upper triangle, the mounting bracket and the upper...
Live view on your screen of NASA astronaut Anil Menon.
Try to clamp the mounting bracket with the upper strut, hold it together and pinch it in that way. You also might be able to use tethers from the either adjustables or tethers in the bag to hold the mounting bracket in place as you're working to align the upper strut with it.
I've got it aligned now, so I think I'm in a pretty good spot to get my PGT. Well, I can take PGT settings.
PGT settings, Bravo 3, clockwise 2. And this is the EV3 PGT. It is the PGT from the strut bag.
Oh, that's right.
With the 2-inch rigid.
So as you just heard, that we are over an hour into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, an hour and 7 minutes to be exact, as NASA astronauts Anil Menon and Jessica Meir have maneuvered into position to today's work site, the mass canister, to start construction of the 3B mod kit on that same mass canister. The upper triangle is the initial stages of that construction, which includes the mounting bracket for the future International Space Station rollout solar array, and then two upper struts, and when angled together will create that triangle with the point connecting to the mass canister that will, a mounting bracket that will attach to the mass canister. and then they will move into constructing the right and left struts to further secure this modification kit to the International Space Station. And with this view, you see the teams working in tandem together, and you had a great view there. And then now in the hands of Jessica Meir, who in this view looks like she is upside down, but we can identify her due to the red stripes on her pants and backpack of her spacesuit, the portable life support system. She has the pistol grip tool, or PGT, the powered drill that will help assemble today's struts to the mounting bracket and attach it to the mass canister.
3 clockwise 2.
Close 3 clockwise 2.
Drive M13 and M14, 4 turns.
Actually, looks like I was successful in getting a hand start on M13, probably about a half a turn.
Copy, half a turn, M13.
See, I'm at whiff 37.
With 37, the WIFX takes a clocking of 6.
And there you see in action the pistol grip tool securing one of the upper struts to the mounting bracket. The mounting bracket, the more vertical portion in Jessica Meir's left hand, the strut portion that will go from the bracket to the mass canister on the right hand side. And using that pistol grip tool to start securing the pins and bolts as they continue to work through procedures to build again the upper triangle. And a part of this construction consists of 6 struts. You have the 2 struts that'll help build this triangle, but you also have the right struts, a mid strut and a lower strut, and then also mirror that on the left-hand side, a mid and lower, so 6 in total. That will be needed to construct this modification kit to the 3B mast canister.
I've got a hand start, 1.5 turns on M14. And then the struts are right behind you.
Need me to move? Where's that?
No, it's just a caution for you.
Okay.
Copy, 1.5 turns, M14.
I did another 2.5 turns on the PGT. So that's 13 and 14. I can see there's definitely still a lot of play. There'd be that much play with 4 turns. Should I get any additional?
This is as expected. We copy a 4 turns total on M14.
And verify the tab is in the groove.
Verify the tab is in the groove.
Tab is in the groove, and I can no longer see the first black line.
We copy, that's a good config. Next, retrieve left upper strut from the bag.
Copy left upper, and that'll be center pad first. And I'm going to change my settings first because I think this one is Bravo 1, correct?
That's correct. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 on the strut bag PGT, 20 seconds to a handover. 2 minutes to a handover.
Stephanie, the whiff extender is 6, Alt, 5, full twist test, black on black.
Copy 6, Golf 5. Black and color, black on black. Good pull twist test.
This is Mission Control Houston, and thank you once again for joining along for today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96. As you see on your screen, aboard the International Space Station, just on the exterior, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. Meir with the red stripes around her pants and top of her portable life support system, and for Anil Menon, just off to her right-hand side.
We're ready for you to translate to WIF 31 to retrieve the APFR. So fair lead on handrail 2066. And you're moving zenith on the outboard side of the trunnion pin.
This outboard side is T, and I'm headed to WIF 31, the opposite side. Copy fair lead 2066.
Good readback.
So tasks so far have included a full translation from the Quest airlock all the way to the 3B mod kit and power supply that the mod kit will then attach itself onto for the International Space Station rollout solar array. Jessica Meir, with some additional assistance from Anil Menon, have started the construction of the upper triangle, which you see Meir holding on to right there. But as we have transitioned communications between satellites, we welcome you back inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Center, Houston, Texas, as the Momentum Flight Team, manned by Ronak Dave, Flight Director, with Stephanie Wilson as the spacewalk communicator. That is her voice that is relaying instructions to Anil Menon and Jessica Meir. There you see her sitting just to the right-hand side of Ronak Dave. And to the right side of Stephanie Wilson is Aki Hoshide, the Capcom. He has taken over communications with the crew inside of the International Space Station and the Expedition 75 team. And then for Ronak Dave, you can identify him in the Navy suit. Just to his left side is Flight Director Chris Dobbins, who is on tap for a future spacewalk coming up here quite shortly. Again, this is the first of 3 in the month of October, all outside of the International Space Station. Today, the 281st in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 6th in the career for Jessica Meir, and the very first for Anil Menon.
Houston's back with you. Jessica, how's it going with the left upper strut L2 clevis to the center pad L2?
I'm working on the clevis right now.
Excellent, thank you.
Now an hour and 15 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, as Jessica Meir on your screen there, still holding on to that mounting bracket and one of the struts attached to it, as her and Anil Menon continuing to proceed through today's construction of the 3B modification kit. Again, this modification kit will modify the station's 3B power channel and ultimately prepare it for the future installation of the International Space Station rollout solar array. For this 3B power channel specifically, once the pair of solar arrays arrive on NASA's SpaceX 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission later this year, that'll bring the pair of IROSAs for future spacewalks to power up and connect to the 2A and 3B channels. So again, today, spacewalk addressing the 3B channel. 2 prior spacewalks helped construct what is the 2A channel on the International Space Station. Those were done back starting in May of 2025, thanks to NASA astronauts Nicole Ayers and Ann McLean. And the rest of that construction of that modification kit on the 2A channel was just this past March on U.S. Spacewalk 94, in which Jessica Meir, who you see on your screen there with the red stripes, was joined by NASA astronaut Chris Williams to complete that construction. But for today on the 3B mod kit, it'll be from start to finish, as again, they are working on that upper triangle. And you see Jessica Meir working with the strut bag, 8-foot-long bag that contains the 6 struts and upper mounting bracket.
APFR is secure.
Copy. APFR is retrieved. Translate back to width 37 and install it in the WIFX with a clocking of 12.
Clocking at 12 in WIFX.
So there you heard NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who was sent off to retrieve the APFR, that is the articulating portable foot restraint that functions as a standing plate for the crew members to snap their boots into and lock themselves into place, and that helps them provide a hands-free, stable position for what will become some complex tasks ahead in constructing the remaining struts, attaching them to the mounting brackets, and then taking the other end of those struts and attaching them to the 3B mass canister. He will attach that APFR, or again, articulating portable foot restraint, to the WIFX, which he obtained earlier in this spacewalk. And that WIFX helps add extra length and maneuverability to Anil Menon's future tasks ahead. So far, we are an hour and 19 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Copy. Black line flush.
Upper triangle construction is well underway.
Left upper strut to grounding block on the center pad. And also verify the pip pin from the right upper strut is still installed in the grounding block on the center pad.
I can confirm that the right side is installed, and I'll work on the left.
Copy.
And just to your right, the mounting bracket's just to your right, just for your SA.
Okay. I'll stay tight.
And there you can see that upper triangle is starting to take a shape, that mounting bracket, the base of the triangle, if you will, just off to the right-hand side, angling outward into the hands of Jessica Meir, as the right and left upper struts being assembled. And then soon they will add the center pad, which is the top point of that triangle, the one that is in Meir's hands at the moment. That is what will attach to the 3B mass canister.
MLI and center pad covering L2 clevis.
Jessica currently installing the left upper strut to the center pad, the portion that will attach to the 3B mass canister. And then complete the triangle. You can kind of see it just above Jessica's head. Again, she is the one with the red stripes on the cuff of her pants. And that will attach to the IROSA mounting bracket. And for Anil Menon, you see him off to the right-hand side, upside down from this vantage point. He has the articulating portable foot restraint that he is attaching to the WIFX.
MLI is installed.
Moving an APFR close to you.
See it? And Stephanie, am I okay now that this bolt is on the center pad? Can I remove the strut, the ret from the left strut?
Checking. Jessica, you can release the ret on the right upper strut, but not yet on the left upper strut.
I thought the right upper strut was the one that was staying attached the whole time.
Jessica, the ret on the mounting bracket will stay attached the entire time.
Okay, copy that.
One remaining step for MLI, verify right upper strut MLI on center pad covering L1 clevis.
It's covering the L1 clevis on the right upper strut.
Copy. Next is to install the left upper strut LA to mounting L8 to mounting bracket left side.
Work.
APFR is attached Clocking 12, locking color black on black, good pull and twist on it.
Copy 12, black on black, good pull twist. Remaining settings, Tango Tango, Foxtrot 12.
And Stephanie, I'm back to Bravo 3 for these folks.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2 on the strut bag PGT, drive M15, exactly 4 turns.
4 turns on 15, Bravo 3, clockwise 2 is set.
Good settings.
All right, Anil's going for Tango Tango, Foxtrot 12.
Those are good settings. Verify pitch knob can be depressed.
Oh, sorry, I'm initiating that. I haven't done it yet.
Copy. Thank you for the clarification.
One hour and 25 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronaut Jessica Meir operating to the right side of your screen, and Anil Menon floating towards the upper portion as they continue construction on the upper triangle. That is a part of the 3B modification kit to the 3B power channel for the International Space Station. And this modification kit will prepare for the installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array on a future spacewalk. Currently, the task, as you can see, is Jessica Meir is continuing to work on that construction of the upper triangle. The silvery gray portion is the mounting bracket in which the IROSA will attach itself to. And then the actual struts themselves and center pad, closest now to Jessica's left knee, is what will attach to the mass canister. Now, as for Anil Menon, he is currently attaching and working on the articulating portable foot restraint that will allow him to step into that restraint, lock him into place, and that'll allow him to be safe and secure, but also free up use of his hands as they continue to build through today's modification kit. And again, that modification kit includes 6 struts. So once these upper left and right struts to the mounting bracket are complete, there will be a mid and lower for each the right and the left side. So 2 of the 6 currently in action right now. And that is where the extra reach and portable articulating portable foot restraint will help Anil Menon and Jessica Meir extend access to the areas they need to in order to not only assemble but also secure this 3B modification kit to the 3B mass canister.
And I know I'm right behind you.
Yeah, I'll be out of your way in a second.
And again, Jessica Meir and Anil Menon on the left and right sides respectively, upside down from our vantage point here on NASA Plus and the NASA channels, constructing that upper triangle for the 3B modification kit. Today, the 281st spacewalk for support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. For Jessica Meir, this is her 6th spacewalk, and the crew member wearing the red stripes on the left. For Anil Menon, this is his very first. It is the 4th spacewalk of 2026, in which Meir had previously participated in 2 of those previous 3. and then the first spacewalk of Expedition 75.
Copy Tango Tango and pitch knob depressible.
Got some hand start turns on M15. Got 1.5 turns.
Copy 1.5 turns on M15.
One and a half more turns on M15 with the PGD.
Copy 2.5 more turns with 4 turns total on M15. Now drive M16 to torque, expecting about 20 to 23 turns.
Work.
We have hit the 90-minute mark. 1 hour and 30 minutes have gone by in today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue working on the 3B modification kit for the 3B mass canister. For Jessica Meir in the top left, she is working on the upper triangle. As for Anil Menon with the white stripes on his right-hand side, his pant leg, he is working on the articulating portable foot restraint. So far, after beginning their spacewalk at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time, the crew has not only departed the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, but also maneuvered its way down the truss system to the 3B power channel, picking up some extra equipment along the way, including that articulating portable foot restraint and the WFX worksite interface extender to help with today's construction. And as you can see, Jessica Meir continuing to diligently work on the upper triangle. That is the mounting bracket and 2 of the 6 struts required for today's tasks. Also a part of today's tasks, not only the construction and attachment of this modification kit for the future installation of an IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, but also routing the cables necessary for that connection of the IROSA to help augment the power of the orbiting laboratory.
Got 16 turns, good green light, 18.2.
On M15, 18.2 torque, 6 turns, green light, 16 turns. 16 turns, sorry, check black line flush.
Confirm, black line is flush.
Right. Stephanie, I'm all set on the APFR.
And Jessica, we have an additional good bolt on M15, so M16, M15 are good bolts Release the rut from the left and right upper struts.
Copy.
And for EV2, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Gauntlet's down, gloves look good, and hap is dry.
Copy, good gloves, dry hap, gauntlets are down. Give us your HECA light.
I see, green light.
Copy, green light, verify, left safer handle down.
I think there was a little movement on that. It's now down.
We copy. Thank you for checking, verifying. For Jessica, next for you is I have PGT settings when you're ready for torquing the right upper strut to the mounting bracket.
I am ready. I believe those are the same settings, Bravo 3, clockwise 2. I'm in position for 13 and 14.
Excellent. And you are correct. Same settings. You'll drive M13 and M14 to torque an additional 18 turns.
North.
So there you heard communications for NASA astronauts Anil, Menon, and Jessica Meir on the next steps of their procedures for today's U.S. spacewalk number 96. For Jessica Meir on the bottom right side of your screen, she continues to work and now torque down using her pistol grip tool or the space drill to connect the upper struts to the mounting bracket for today's spacewalk tasks of constructing a modification kit to the mass canister. And there you actually see a great view as we just translated up and panned up to the mass canister on the upper left and right hand sides. Just for perspective, that is NASA astronaut Anil Menon stepping into the articulating portable foot restraint, but just off to his left shoulder and then off to his far right are the solar arrays for that 3B power channel for the International Space Station. And that is the canister that they will attach this collection of 6 struts and a mounting bracket for a future IROSA install. Now, 1 hour and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk, the International Space Station currently flying over France.
Jessica, I copied on M13, 18.4 on the torque, 17 turns, green light, black line flush.
Good copy. Starting 14.
Copy.
When you get a chance, let me know.
Stephanie, I got 17 turns again. 18.2, good green light. Black line is flush on M14.
On M14, copy 18 torque, I believe 17 turns.
So as NASA astronaut Anil Menon locks himself into the articulating portable foot restraint and prepares for the next steps of the construction of this 3B mod kit. Let's take a closer look at where exactly the astronauts are operating today. They're on the starboard side of the International Space Station, down the backbone of the truss system, the S6 portion of the truss system, and where you see the 3B highlighted in yellow, they are all the way at the tail end of the orbiting laboratory, and at the base of that 3B construction along the truss structure is where the 2 astronauts are currently operating to assemble the collection of 6 struts and the mounting bracket for a future rollout of an International Space Station rollout solar array. Now, what do those look like, you may wonder? If you look at the far right-hand side of this graphic, there is an example of what that IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, would look like once fully unfurled. And again, those will arrive to the International Space Station for both the 3B and the 2A power channels later on this year.
I'm going to release the adjustable that's on the scoop.
And as we were explaining that breakdown of where Jessica, Meir, and Anil Menon are, we just received confirmation that the upper triangle has been completed. And there you get a great illustration at the bottom of your screen right there of what that looks like. It is the mounting bracket with 2 struts, and then the center pad, that is the small gray structure. That is what will attach to the 3B mass canister. And then the mounting bracket is where the International Space Station rollout solar array will be affixed to on a future spacewalk.
Top is dry. My gloves are nominal, no change.
Copy dry hap, no change on the gloves and your gauntlets.
The gauntlets are down.
Copy gauntlets down. Nice work, both of you. We are now in the upper triangle handoff portion. I have 3 cautions, which I'm going to read to you within the 2 minutes that I have till handover. No sudden movements on the ECU, 4-bar linkage, BGA, mass canister, or mod kit. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second on BGA. Limit loads to 40 pounds. Avoid cyclic loading. Do not impart forces into the mod kit struts before they are fully installed.
V1 copies all, and I am changing my TCV. I am now at a setting of 4.
Copy TCV 4, EV1. And copy EV2, copies the cautions. When you're ready, EV1 present non-tethered left side of upper triangle to hand off to EV2.
Okay. Stand by now. I'm going to come get into position for that.
Can you do a quick boot check to make sure my heels are in?
Sure thing. Looks like your heels are in from this side. I'm behind the boot plate right now. When I come over to the side, I think I'll have a better view.
Copy.
A check for EV1 for the upper triangle and the PGT. We would just like you to double check that the PGT is not tangled in the upper triangle. 30 seconds to a handover.
Yeah. Copy.
You heard the communications as we prepare for the handoff of that upper triangle from Jessica Meir to Anil Menon and begin preparations of installing that to the 3B mass canister. You have also heard from both Anil Menon and Jessica Meir some safety checks as they check over their gloves, their gauntlets, their HAPS, which is the helmet absorption pad, the safety device developed by NASA to help address the possible risk of water inside the helmets as they sweat through today's EVA opportunities and task list. And everyone, so far so good, working through. Again, the upper triangle build has been completed as we are now an hour and 41 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, I've got that PGT free. Like that.
EV1, EV2, Houston is back with you. We copied partial comm. Sounds like the PGT is free of the upper triangle.
We welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, as Flight Director Ronak Dave in the Navy suit overseeing today's spacewalk operations. To his right-hand side is NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson, who has been the one that you have heard communicating with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon today. Aki Hoshide, immediately to her right, is operating and talking to the crew that are not participating in today's spacewalk. Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, along with Andrei Fedyaev, Pyotr Dubrov, and Anna Kikina, the other members of the Expedition 75 crew aboard the International Space Station. So now we make our way back outside as the upper triangle will be passed from Jessica Meir in the red stripe spot at the bottom of your screen up to Anil Menon, who is preparing to secure that upper triangle and the center pad. That is the smaller portion of the triangle that is now being pointed his direction. And that will make its way to him and eventually attached to the 3B mass canister. Anil Menon is in the articulating portable foot restraint, which is also attached to a workspace interface extender, almost like a step stool or step ladder, to extend his ability to reach the top of that 3B mass canister.
Here it comes.
Great. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Can you get it up any higher? Oh, so close. I got it.
Okay, you got it.
Control.
You've got control.
And he'll install center pad on mass canister with the arrow pointing towards the array.
It's installed and in soft dock.
Copy installed and in soft dock. Verify upper triangle to neutral down for later access.
I came out, Stephanie, so I must have been wrong about that. Let me just give it another try.
Copy that. As you're working with it, engage left side, then press in on the right side to engage the soft dock detents.
Okay. Just going to move this ingress aid.
Stephanie, I have stowed the ret for the PGT and the torque wrench onto the WIFX. They're in a position where I think I'll be able to reach them.
And we copy. Thank you. Nice work. Next, visually inspect and report spherical bearing alignment on both stop brackets. Go ahead, Anil.
We are in soft dock.
Copy soft dock. Nicely done. I see you retrieving your PGT settings alpha 2, clockwise 2.
And I see good alignment on both of the spherical bearings.
Copy good alignment on both spherical bearings. For EV2, 1 caution. Verify proper alignment for Fairchild fastener installation due to side loading cross-threading sensitivity.
2 copies and alpha 2, clockwise 2 is set and good. Cal.
Copy all. We're looking for 2 turns on M5 through M8.
Turns M5 through M8.
Communications between NASA astronauts Anil Menon and Jessica Meir to the teams on the ground and SpaceWalk communicator Stephanie Wilson. And all good news to report so far, as Anil Menon has received the upper triangle. He is now at the bottom portion of your screen and will begin the formal attachment of that upper triangle to the 3B mass canister. Meanwhile, Jessica Meir, who you see at the top portion with the red stripes on her pantsuit and portable life support system, has begun preparations for assembling the right struts of today's construction. And again, this is for the installation of the 3B mass or modification kit to the 3B mass canister that consists of 6 total struts and a mounting bracket. You see the mounting bracket at the knees of Anil Menon towards the bottom of your screen with the first 2 struts now connected, and he will attach that to the mass canister. And then they will move into the right side of the construction, and there we see upright as we would view it here on Earth, as that is the upper triangle, and then they will have 2 more pieces, a lower right side and a mid strut on the right side, and then copy that over to the left-hand portion. So essentially 2 of the 4 struts have been connected and now being formally attached, as you see Anil Menon with his pistol grip tool, the space drill that will help him affix this to the top of the mass canister. And Jessica Meir now out of sight, assembling the next steps in the phase, which is putting together the right lower strut and then right mid strut to follow. We are 1 hour and 49 minutes into today's SpaceWalk, US SpaceWalk 96, as the International Space Station currently orbiting 262 miles above the Earth and about to pass over the northernmost portion of Somalia on the continent of Africa.
5 on the torque, 5 turns, green light. Anil, verify your PGT settings, Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2. Let me just read you this. M6 was 5 turns, green light, and it was 3.7 on the torque. The last one was 3.8. I accidentally read you the turn count showing up on the PGT, which is probably why it seemed high.
Now we're tracking. So I got M5, 3.8 torque, 5 turns, green light. M6, 3.7 torque, 5 turns, green light.
Confirm. I'm going to M7.
We concur.
M7, turns, 3.7, green light.
Copy on M7, 3.7 torque, green light, and the turn count was clipped.
Turn.
I believe 6 turns.
Confirm 6 turns. M8 is now 6 turns as well. Green light, 3.8 torque.
M8, 3.8 torque, 6 turns, green light. Copy also 6 turns on M7. Thank you for all. Check center pad MLI and PIP pins 2 still installed.
Okay.
Also M5 through M8, all good bolts.
That is NASA astronaut Anil Menon relaying the torque and settings of the 4 bolts that are attaching the center pad, which is the top tip of the triangle of the upper triangle of today's 3B modification kit. And the crew's here on the ground confirming good bolts as he is now attaching that structure and testing out that structure and inspecting those bolts as we see on our screen. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, just off screen, preparing for the right struts to be assembled to the 3B mass canister. And there you now see her appearing to the upper portions where she has the strut bag that she brought from the Quest airlock all the way down to the very end of the starboard side of the International Space Station where the 2 astronauts are working today. And those struts will attach themselves to the mounting bracket and the upper triangle and provide additional support to the 3B mass canister.
And we copy. That is a good config. Thank you.
And with each task, you hear communications from the ground for regular updates on the status of their gloves, the status of their HAPs or helmet absorption pads, all part of the ongoing safety checks as each step continues to make its way down the timeline for both astronauts. Now an hour and 54 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Copy, EV1.
No, Jessica.
Hey, copy.
Go ahead and adjust the APFR with X. That's okay.
Okay, sure thing.
Anil, we see you working
And
to...
Stephanie, can you confirm with X?
Yes, with X extension is 1. Full settings are 6 Golf 1.
Golf 1.
And after the extension, verify ingress 8 is clear of the upper triangle. And your met weights, you've been doing a nice job with everything. Just continue your slow and steady and smooth pace. You're doing a good job.
Thanks for the feedback.
Communication with NASA astronaut Anil Menon as he has removed himself from the articulating portable foot restraint and is now adjusting the WIFX that is attached to the worksite interface extender. He had a bit of a higher setting in relative to his positioning along the 3B mass canister. He will now adjust that in support of Jessica Meir, who is to the upper portions of the screen, and Anil Menon with his full backside to the cameras as we see them, as they prepare to now assemble the right struts of this 3B modification kit. Closing in on 2 hours for today's spacewalk, 1 hour and 57 minutes at the moment. The 6th spacewalk for Jessica Meir's career, the first for Anil Menon. For Anil Menon arriving just 22 days ago We're launching just 22 days ago aboard Soyuz MS-29 back on July 14th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. As for Jessica Meir, in her 174th day in space on her current mission after launching with NASA SpaceX Crew 12 back in February. And you can see just past the portable life support system, or the backpack, the spacesuit backpack of Anil Menon, right in the center of your screen, the next strut assembly that Jessica Meir is preparing. And again, we're going to be working on the right side next. So this will be in total strut 3 of 6 that will be next to be attached to provide additional support to this modification kit to the 3B power channel for the International Space Station.
Anil, APFR settings 12, Papa Papa, Charlie 12.
Oh, Papa Papa Charlie 12.
We still have the ret going to the mounting bracket as well. That will get released after you're back in there?
I believe so.
And Houston concurs. That's affirmative, Jessica.
Copy.
As we see on the screen, it is becoming a little bit darker outside of the International Space Station as they are making their way into an orbital nighttime pass. Again, the space station orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes, so a sunrise and sunset witnessed by NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon every 45. So they have their helmet cameras, or helmet lights on, in addition to their helmet cameras, of course, as they continue work on adjusting the WIFX and portable foot restraints ahead of the next task of today's spacewalk, which will be assembling the right struts of the 3B modification kit. We have now officially passed the 2-hour mark of today's spacewalk. After getting underway at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. So far, the astronauts, after departing the space station's Quest airlock, have translated to the far side of the starboard side of the International Space Station to the 3B power channel and solar array, and that is where they are operating now. They have completed construction of the upper triangle, which is, you somewhat see portions of it, namely the mounting bracket towards the bottom of your screen, with some of the reflection of the lights from the camera, or from the helmets of the two astronauts. So that upper triangle consisting of the IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array mounting bracket, which it will attach to once delivered on a future cargo flight later this year, and then installed on a future spacewalk itself. That mounting bracket with 2 struts attached and attached to the mass canister. 6 struts in total and 1 mounting bracket, so 2 of the 6 have formally been completed. And again, working on the right side, a right lower strut and right mid strut will be next, and then the 2 astronauts will move to the other end and work on the left lower and left mid of today's build out.
This knob was depressible. This is the main change that I made, and the width extender was set at 1, and the pin is at the pull test.
Copy. With extender 1, 12 Papa Papa Charlie 12, pitch knob can be depressed. From Houston, we recommend you ingress the APFR and then perform your socket swap on your PGT to the 2-inch rigid.
That's a great idea. That's what I was thinking too.
Love it when great minds think alike.
and I see that ret in front of you.
And also a friendly reminder, prior to ingress with the safety tether reel behind you, you may want to clear it or put it in a different position.
Thanks, Jessica.
Looks like you're almost there, so I would continue. I see your toes in. Okay.
We are okay with that.
Please come more forward.
Look in.
No, your heel's not in. You need it. Yep. There you go. Keep going a little bit more. Exaggerate that a little bit more in. A little bit more. Now, yeah, I think that your foot is a little bit too far back. So when you're rotating, you're ending up on top of the heel guide. That looks better. That looks good.
All right. Thanks for the assist. Where does my safety tether go?
The safety tether is between your legs behind you.
Okay. I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think just when you come out next time, just watch where it goes and get it on the other side of your leg.
Okay. Get it on in front of my left leg, essentially.
Concur.
Okay.
All right. I have the right mid strut. Are you going to do your socket swap first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Six-inch off. Good pull test.
Copy. Good socket swap. Good pull test. Verify access to mounting bracket ret.
2 hours and 5 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronaut Jessica Meir at the top of your screen and NASA astronaut Anil Menon at the bottom as they continue working through procedures and construction of the 3B modification kit that will attach to the 3B power channel and support the eventual installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array that will help augment the power of the orbiting laboratory. And that future installation will be on a future EVA. The solar arrays themselves will be delivered on a future cargo flight, NASA's SpaceX 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. So far, after departing the Quest airlock, picking up additional tools as necessary, they have completed the upper triangle build. Upper triangle consisting of the IROSA mounting bracket and the upper left and right struts. They have since hard mated that to the 3B mass canister and now have adjusted their foot restraints and tools needed to continue to proceed what will be now assembling the right side of the struts of the 3B modification kit. And that right side consists of a right mid strut and a right lower strut, in which one portion will be attached to the 3B mass canister and one portion will be attached to the mounting bracket.
Get access to the mounting bracket ret.
Copy. Verify access lower strut clevis.
access lower strut clevis.
Verify access mid-strut clevis.
Access mid-strut clevis.
Copy. Verify mounting bracket pin grounding block.
Good access mountain bracket pit pin grounding block.
Copy. Good access to all those items. Release mounting bracket ret back to the strut bracket.
Hey, Jessica. We've got it all.
Okay, I've got a hand on it. I'm tending it.
Okay, I'm releasing.
Hey, it's back in the bag.
Copy. Mounting bracket ret is released back to the strut bag. We are 30 seconds to a handover for EV2. During that time, we'll take a HECA power cycle.
EV2 is cycling HECA.
So as you hear the communications there, they are anticipating a handover, which is a handover in communications satellite. So we will temporarily lose views, but in the process of that handover, asking the astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon to power cycle, or essentially turn off and turn back on their HECA cameras, the high definition extravehicular mobility unit camera assembly. So we welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center as that handover in communications satellites is ongoing. We should resume communications with the station here just momentarily as Flight Director Ronak Dave and his Momentum flight team overseeing today's EVA. He is in the middle of your screen in the Navy suit. Immediately to his left is Chris Dobbins, Flight Director, that'll be overseeing a future spacewalk. This is the first, today's spacewalk is the first of 3 scheduled for this month. The next will be on Thursday, August 13th, US Spacewalk 97, which will replace a communications antenna on the International Space Station called the Space to Ground antenna, among other tasks. And then also US Spacewalk 98 on Thursday, August 25th. And that will focus on connecting power channels and cables and data relay systems as a part of ongoing space station maintenance, among other tasks. So that is Chris Dobbins to the near side foreground with Ronak Dave for today's EVA. Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, immediately to his right, communicating tasks to the team outside of the space station and Meir and Menon. And immediately to her right is Aki Hoshide. He is the Capcom. He is communicating to the other 5 members of Expedition 75 that are inside the space station right now, and they consist of NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, ESA astronaut Sophie Adno. Those 2 helped support preparations for today's EVA. Andrei Fedyayev, along with Pyotr Dubrov and Anna Kikina, all 3 of Roscosmos, also inside the space station today going through their daily activities.
Reposition to get down to this other strap, and then I'll get it. I've got the right lower strut.
Transfer right lower strut to EV2 with the clevis end towards him.
Mark. I'm rotating this up and now.
Great. Tracking it.
View from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir inside the strut bag. At the start of the EVA, that bag had 6 struts and a mounting bracket, but she has now pulled out the right lower strut. That is what is in her right hand, and the LR for lower strut. She is handing that over to Anil Menon as they begin construction of the right-hand side of the 3B power channel modification kit for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. And there you can see the two of them working in tandem. Jessica Meir more towards the middle of your screen as the International Space Station currently in an orbital nighttime. So the two working with their helmet lights on. Meir with the red stripes on her pant leg. For Anil Menon at the bottom of the screen, he has one side of the right strut. And as for Meir, she will grab a hold of the other end of that strut as they maneuver it into position. And again, this is the right lower strut that will help secure this modification kit to the 3B mass canister of the International Space Station. Right now, the two astronauts among their Expedition 75 crew members orbiting 272 miles above the Earth, and they are pretty much at the halfway point, the International Space Station, between the southernmost coast of Australia and the northern portion of Antarctica at the moment. Today's EVA now 2 hours and 14 minutes and 30 seconds of phased elapsed time.
No, this is much closer than it looks in Doug.
Agree. It got a good look at the translation area on the left that you need to use, and I think it's going to work just fine. There's a lot of structural handholds the opposite side of you, on the radiator side.
Send this PGT over to me first.
Jessica,
A point of view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
I have one warning. Pinch point, keep fingers clear of lower strut pad to BGA interface when driving both.
You want copies?
And for both of you with the consumables check here, PET 2 hours 17 minutes. You're on the timeline. Limiting consumable is EV2 MEDOX 6 hours 20 minutes. So we do expect that to get better.
Yeah, and I'll take settings for the PGT, Stephanie.
PGT settings, alpha 1, clockwise 1 on the strut bag PGT.
Alpha 1, 1 clockwise, 1 is set.
Good settings.
And now,
Align lower strut M19 to the spherical Saab bearing. Looking to drive M19 exactly 4 turns.
copy.
Communications with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, whose view we had from her helmet camera just a moment ago, but now we see her working with...
Rotate a little bit counterclockwise.
Rotating counterclockwise.
Up there.
So again, Jessica Meir at the bottom right portion of your screen with her helmet light on, securing one side of the right lower strut as they continue to work through their procedures, building out the modification kit for the 3B power channel and a 3B mass canister they are attaching it to for today's spacewalk with spacewalker and NASA astronaut Anil Menon.
Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
And understand you're helping with alignment, just giving it to you early.
I'm with you. That was great. Thank you.
Starting turn.
So Jessica Meir again on the bottom right-hand side with her pistol grip tool, the space drill, securing that right lower strut to the mass canister as you start to see it slowly but surely become more and more illuminated, the International Space Station and its 2 spacewalkers, currently in orbital nighttime, but will be coming up on a sunrise here shortly. Anil Menon towards the top half, or now onto Jessica Meir, who is using that pistol grip tool to secure that strut to the mass canister. Prior to that, you heard an update from the spacewalk communicator Stephanie Wilson, providing an update. Now 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk. They are on a timeline, so they are right on time, both Menon and Meir together, working in tandem today. And they also provided updates on consumables, just how their suits are performing, how they are performing. You heard the term MEDOX canister. That is the metal oxide canister. And that is what is installed in the backpack-like structure you see right there on the backside of Jessica Meir. That is what is called the Portable Life Support System, or the acronym here at NASA is PLIS. And that contains everything that an astronaut needs to venture out into the vacuum of space: breathable atmosphere, carbon dioxide scrubbing, cooling, power, water supply, and the like.
PGT turned off.
Copy that. PGT turned off.
I'll give it another cow.
We copy.
So right now, as we just heard on the communications channel, Jessica Meir again adjusting her PGT or pistol grip tool, the settings, the torque settings needed to secure this right lower strut to the 3B mass canister.
Cow pass, I've got a good LED test. Battery is 42.
Copy, Jessica. It's a good number.
That was Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Good settings. And looking for 3 more turns on M19.
Work. PGT turned off again as soon as I put it on the socket. I'm not sure what happened there.
And we copy. PGT turned off.
We did not hit the button, so interesting. I think this is similar to what happened on the last EVA. So we'll get back into Cal again. Cal pass.
Jessica, we copy Cal pass, and we'd like you to use this PGT one more time. We're talking about options.
Okay, copy. Good LED test. 3 volts. Is not driving, it appears to be off again.
And I'm seeing, when you hit the button, I see 2 red lights, 2 green lights. It says LED test.
Is it still on the, okay, then maybe it didn't get all the way switched. Am I? Okay, I got, didn't get all the way over it.
And if that doesn't work, Stephanie, I'm just throwing out an option for you guys to chew on, which is I could take out 1 foot and pass her my PGT.
I have my PGT as well. Obviously yours has the right socket on it, but I can always socket swap if needed. Right, we're turning now.
Copy.
NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, front and center on your screen with her pistol grip tool, currently troubleshooting some settings and ability to use that tool to help secure the right lower strut with the teams here on the ground.
For EV2 now, align lower strut clevis to mounting bracket L6. You'll drive M20 exactly 2 turns with Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
M20, 2 turns, Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Bravo 1, clockwise 2, set on the PGT.
Good settings.
Turns. That first line has gone in.
Copy the line report. 2 turns on M20 for EV1 for the strut bag PGT. You can continue to use this PGT or the options that Anil discussed. His PGT has the appropriate socket, or you could do a socket swap on your PGT. We think the time would be equivalent.
Okay, copy. The PGT seems to be working right now, so we'll try it again.
And we concur. For M19, PGT settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2. You'll drive it an additional 9 turns. You might like the optional BRT position on handrail 2070 or 2071.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be able to reach with the BRT because of the BRT being on the left side. It'll be easier on the other side, but I will assess that. Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Clockwise 2.
Good settings. Bravo 7, clockwise 2, and understand.
Asset.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 is set.
Good settings.
And remind me how many turns are expected here?
We're expecting an additional 9 turns.
9.
And this bolt, you will drive to torque.
Copy to torque. Okay, that was turns. Do have a low torque at 3.8, so I can do I have a go to hit it again?
Jessica, say again the turn count.
Turns, and I had a low torque.
Copy 6 turns, low torque, checking. Jessica, double check PGT settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, we'd like you to drive the bolt again.
Torque. I did get a good green light that time. I have a 23.2 torque. It only turns maybe an eighth to a quarter of a turn. I do have a fault red light on the PGT, but a good green torque light.
Copy for M19, you had a torque of 23.2, an additional, after the 6 turns, you got an additional 1/8 to 1/4 turn. Green light with the red fault light. Any other lights?
No other light, but it is interesting because the torque is green, but it does say low torque underneath the 23.2.
Copy checking.
So I think I have a little bit of a better position to brace right now if I'm going to hit it again.
Okay, that's good. We do what you are seeing is expected. We would like you to drive it again with the PGT, and then we'll go to the torque wrench.
Work. Okay, that felt better. But my torque value is, again, it was like maybe an eighth of a turn. It's green light, and I see 25.4 on the torque value. I see black line is flush.
For M19, 25.4 now on the torque, an additional eighth of a turn, green light, black line flush.
Got a good view of the bearings right now, too. I can see it looks like no gap. I see the black line is parallel to the bolt canister. And it's got a good wiggle test, so it looks like a good bolt.
Copy, a good report for the solid bolts for the torque wrench. Manually drive M19 to final torque. We're looking for 2 breakovers.
Copy, 2 breakovers. Oh.
communications between NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and the SpaceWalk support group here in Mission Control in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as the views illuminating as the International Space Station makes its way into an orbital sunrise as we continue on today's tasks for US EV-8 96. And there you see Jessica Meir more in the middle of the screen with the red stripes on her spacesuit. Anil Menon joining her on this spacewalk today. In the bottom left-hand side, he is currently standing in the articulating portable foot restraint. Together, they are looking to attach the right lower strut 3 of 6, to be a part of this 3B modification kit that is being attached to the 3B power channel and mast canister around the International Space Station on the far end of the starboard side. You heard communication, some troubleshooting going on between Jessica Meir and the teams on the ground looking to work her PGT, as you heard, or pistol grip tool, the space drill, as they were trying to get it to operate properly. They offered a couple of different solutions, also providing the torque wrench to help secure this strut to the mast canister. So we'll continue to monitor that as they proceed through their timeline. We are 2 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk. Everything went by the book, pre-breathing, and all of the pre-spacewalk safety measures were all checked off. And the start time of today's spacewalk, 7:33 a.m. Central, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. And again, now approaching 2 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk as both Jessica Meir and Anil Menon now orbiting right over the Pacific Ocean at 260 miles above the Earth. So to, again, recap the process so far, after egressing or exiting the Quest airlock, the two astronauts working together would move down the starboard side truss, the backbone and support structure of the International Space Station, to make its way all the way out to the far end of the starboard side. And that is where that 3B mast canister and power channel will be occupied. They have set up shop and have since constructed the upper triangle, which is the mounting bracket that the future International Space Station solar array will attach to on a future spacewalk, and 2 struts, a left and right upper strut. And together between those 3 items, they form the triangle and have since been connected to the top portion of the mast canister. So now what they're doing is working on the lower portions of that structure. Again, the right lower, and there will be a right mid strut, all to add extra security and attachment to this 3B mast canister. They will then transition over to the left-hand side of this structure that they are building and do the left lower strut and left mid strut.
Are you able to estimate the turn count?
It barely turned. I would say maybe a quarter turn max.
And we copy a quarter turn and 2 breakovers with the torque wrench on M19. With that additional driving of the PGT and the breakovers with the torque wrench, we'd like you to reperform the SOB bolt checks. Verify black line parallel. Okay, yes, go ahead.
I see black line is parallel. I can see the strut boss, the bearing boss, and the spherical bearing with no gap in between them, and I'm giving it a good wiggle test. It does not wiggle.
Good checks. We are checking the bolt. Also verify lower strut MLI covering the strut pad.
I need to pull the MLI back down a little bit. That's in work now. Stephanie, the MLI is in place.
Copy, MLI is in place. We can verify a good, we can confirm a good 19 bolt, M19 bolt. You can release the ret from the lower strut. For EV2, PGT settings are the same on your PGT Bravo 1 clockwise 2 to drive M20 to torque, an additional 5 to 7 turns.
M20 to torque, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is still set.
Good settings, go to drive.
The ret's been released.
Copy, ret released.
While he's driving those bolts, I translate up into position for the mid-strut.
Yes, translate to side pad location on the right side of the mass canister.
In work.
Five turns, low torque. Line is half a millimeter off of being flush.
Copy, 5 turns. I believe you said low torque. We'd like you to drive M20 again.
7 M20 again. All right, one additional turn. Green light, 11.9 torque, black line flush.
Copy, M20, 11.9 torque, 6 turns total, green light, black line flush, good bolt M20. Stow PGT, install lower strut grounding pit pin into the grounding block on the mounting bracket, and then install the MLI over the lower strut clevis.
EV2 is moving to pit pin and MLI.
I'm in position for the mid-strut. I've got my BRT down on the long handrail.
We copy.
Wrapping up the MLI, and I'll be ready.
Some good communications there between Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the two talking to the teams on the ground as they just have completed the bolting of the right lower strut. Jessica Meir attached her portion of the right lower strut to the 3B mast canister and then transferred bolting and assembly over to Anil Menon, who then attached the topmost portion of the lower strut to the mounting bracket, the IROSA mounting bracket, and together now they are working to begin the right mid strut. So in total, 6 total struts for today's assembly and a mounting bracket, all to support the installation of a International Space Station rollout solar array. The first 2 struts were used to help complete a triangle shape with the mounting bracket for the IROSA. That was built first and attached straight on into the 3B mast canister. Then at an angle from top left to bottom right, as we see, or pardon me, bottom left to top right, we see that lower strut assemblage to the mast canister. That has since been bolted into place. And then there is a support strut, a right mid strut that will go across from the mounting bracket directly across to the mast canister, and that will complete the right hand side. So that is what Anil Menon and Jessica Meir are operating and beginning working on now. And then they will take those procedures, lower strut, right strut, and make their way to the left hand side for lower strut and mid strut, pardon me. Now 2 hours and 42 minutes into today's U.S. spacewalk number 96, the 6th of the career for Jessica Meir, the 1st of his career for Anil Menon. So far, everything on timeline, the crew working diligently through their tasks after building out the mounting bracket with 2 struts to form a triangle, and which affectionately named the upper triangle. Lower strut has, on the right side, has been bolted on, and now working on the right mid strut of the structure today.
extending and passing the mid-strut.
I've got a hand on it.
Okay, I'm going to keep control too.
If you can hold it right there for a minute. And can you pitch? So right now I need you to bring your end up a little bit.
My end is going up, which is pitch movement.
Here we go. We are in soft duck.
Okay. Just FYI, the threading seems about 2 inches out, so we might experience an MLI challenge.
Understand. Good call.
Copy soft dock. 1 caution, verify proper alignment for Fairchild fastener installation due to side load cross-threading sensitivity. PGT settings for EV1 PGT, Alpha 2, clockwise 2, driving M9 through M12, exactly 2 turns.
These 2 turns, that was Bravo 1, clockwise 2, is that correct?
It is Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Okay, sorry about that. Alpha 2, clockwise 2. PGT is off, so I'll get it on.
And we copy, and this one is expected to be off.
Concurred. The first use, I have CalPass, good LED test, and 41 volts.
Those are good numbers. Go to drive M9 to M12, exactly 2 turns, 1 minute to a handover.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
And 2 turns.
Concur.
Starting turns on M9.
Copy M9.
Position a little bit here.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing progress on today's build out of the 3B mass canister and 3B mod kit attachment modification kit. And we just heard prior to all the settings that were radioed up to the crew from Stephanie Wilson, the SpaceWalk communicator, that they have reached the midway point of construction of this modification kit, which leaves the kit currently in the minimal configuration to safely and be structurally sound to the side of that mass canister, but continuing to press ahead as we are now 2 hours and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. We are currently in a communications handover, and we welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the team's on the ground continuing to follow along and work step by step in procedure with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
Got 2 turns on M9 and 2 turns on M12. I'm about to start M10.
Copy 2 on M9, 2 on M12, M10 in work. Thank you.
And there you see Stephanie Wilson, that spacewalk communicator, right in the middle of the screen. Ronak Dave to her left-hand side in the Navy suit, the flight director for today's spacewalk and his Momentum flight team overseeing. And Aki Hoshide, the Capcom, to Stephanie Wilson's right side, managing communications for the other 5 members of this Expedition 75 crew aboard the International Space Station. So he handles the internal space station communications, Wilson the external for Menon and Meir. As we return to views outside of the orbiting laboratory, and again, these two working in tandem to now assemble the right mid strut, and they're working through their bolt settings to how to attach that to not only the mounting bracket, but the actual 3B mass canister itself using the PGT. You've heard that acronym used several times here recently. The pistol grip tool or space drill they are using to attach all of these struts to the mass canister.
Got it.
So I can get lined up a little better.
Yeah, I can see a little bit of a side load. That's probably the tricky part.
That's it. It's a 6-inch. Two turns on M11.
Copy, 2 turns on M11. Nicely done. Now drive M9 to M12 to torque, expecting an additional 3 to 7 turns.
North.
For EV2, align the mid strut L7 with the upper strut L7. If needed, you can egress 1 foot from the APFR.
Just over 2 hours and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk.
That's affirmative. Alpha 2, clockwise 2, same settings.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon now operating the installation of the right mid-strut of today's 3B modification build around.
Copy aligned. PGT settings for your PGT are the same. Bravo 1, same as previously for you. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And that is around the 3B mass canister. The communications you are hearing are with Stephanie Wilson, the SpaceWalk communicator, relaying the different PGT or pistol grip tool settings to help drill this right mid strut into place.
Torque of 2.8. The light is green. Sorry, green torque and 2.8. And that was 3 more turns.
2.8, 3 turns on. And which bolt, please?
It's on M9.
Copy M9, checking. Oh. And that's a good M9. We're ready for the remainder of M10 through M12.
Torque.
So astronaut Jessica Meir in the red stripes on the bottom of your screen as identified on the pant leg cuff of her spacesuit, relaying down the amount of turns and torque of her drill as she works through the what will be 4 bolts to attach one side of the right mid strut.
The green light 3.6 torque.
As she and Anil Menon continue to work through this right mid-strut assembly, I will turn over commentary for today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96 to my colleague with NASA Communications, Ken Appel.
24, eight total turns, green light, black line flush, 11.8 torque.
Copy EV2, hold here. What I understood for you for M24, torque 11.8, 8 turns, green light, black line flush.
Affirmative, and that included, the 8 included the hand start.
Understand, 8 total with the hand start. You can stow your PGT and work to install the mid-strut grounding tip pin into the mounting bracket. Grounding block, words for Jessica, understand for M10, 3.6, green light, your turn count, somehow the short words are getting clipped, so just FYI, we did not copy the turn count.
Negative, that was not M10, that was M12. It was 6 turns. Correct.
Copy M12, 6 turns, 3.6 on the torque, green light. Thank you for the correction.
Stephanie, did you copy my last?
I last copied your report for M12.
Sounds like a bit ratty comm, Stephanie. That was broken.
This is Mission Control Houston, and if you're just joining us, we're covering the U.S. Spacewalk 96 that began at 7:33 a.m. Central, 8:33 a.m. Eastern this morning. We are currently just under 3 hours into today's spacewalk. The International Space Station is currently flying 259 statute miles over the United States, over the state of Iowa.
Sorry, we did not hear that. You can move on to M10.
Today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for the future installation of new rollout solar arrays. Once installed, the arrays will provide additional power to support critical station operations.
The MLI installed over M13 and M14, ensuring that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear.
Here on your screens are NASA astronauts. Jessica Meir there with the red stripes, and then NASA astronaut in the foreground, Anil Menon.
And Stephanie, I had 5 turns on M10.
To recap, they have completed assembly of the upper triangle, which you see in front of Anil Menon there on your screen.
M10, 3.8 torque, 5 turns, green light.
They've also completed install of the right lower strut, and they are currently installing the right mid strut.
Understand, M11 in work, your go.
Just a bit ago, spacewalk communicator and NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson communicated to the spacewalkers that they reached the midpoint of the construction of this mod kit.
Stephanie, 7 turns on M11, good green light, 3.7 torque.
Copy M11, 3.7 torque, 7 turns, green light. We would like you to drive M9 again.
Copy M9 one more time. Stephanie, that torqued out right away. I got 3.6 torque and like barely any turn. Big green light.
Copy, it torqued
M9.
out right away, 3.6, green light for M9 checking. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for either verification or additional steps, both EV1 and EV2 turn your HECAs off.
Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This Momentum flight team is led by Flight Director there in the Navy suit, Ronat Dave. To his right is NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson, who is supporting today's spacewalk as the spacewalk communicator, speaking to both NASA astronauts directly, Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. And to her right is JAXA astronaut Akio Shide, supporting as today's Capcom and communicating with the crew inside of the International Space Station. Currently aboard the International Space Station is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, who supported this morning getting Jessica and Anil out the door.
On that bolt, including the 2 turns.
Also aboard is Roscosmos cosmonauts Andrei Fedyayev, Pyotr Dubrov, and Anna Kikina.
I cannot remember how many I called. It would be whatever I called down. Final torque was 3.6 and it barely turned. So I'm not sure. Whatever I said back then, that was the first one I did.
Yeah, I copied 2 initially and then 2 the first time. I copied Jessica. We're checking the bolts. For EV2 at a good time, I can take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Who's checking? EV2 gloves are nominal, just a little black scuffing. Outlets are down and hap's dry.
Copy EV2. Gloves are nominal with a little bit of black scuffing, hap dry, gauntlets down.
Confirm.
For EV1, while we are discussing bolts, release EV2 rep from the mid-strut and verify side pad.
We are currently in a brief but expected loss of signal.
Installed in the side pad, and MLI standby. Just release EV2 rep from the mid-strut and verify the side pad final config.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue installing the right mid-strut.
Anil, ready for your rat?
I am ready for my rat.
Here it comes.
Back to views of the International Space Station. To recap, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. Jessica Meir there with the red stripe and Anil Menon there in the foreground. They've completed assembly of the upper triangle, installed that upper triangle.
And I've got words. We are now ready also for you to verify MLI covering side pad clevis.
Okay, that's in work. Stephanie, it's covering the clevis now. Can you verify for me whether or not pit pin should also be covered by the MLI?
Checking. Pit pin should not be covered by the MLI.
Okay, copy. And I think we're in a good config here. Clevis is covered. I'm giving it a good squish.
Copy. It's a good side pad final config checks. I'll take a go of HAP and gauntlet check from you.
EV1 half is dry. Gloves are still nominal. I have a few black smudges, one on each pinky finger and one on my right thumb. My gauntlets are down.
Copy. EV1, nominal gloves, few black smudges, pinky and right thumb, HAP dry, gauntlets down.
Today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for future installation of new IROSAs, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays.
We are still
Once those are installed, the arrays will provide additional power to support station operations. To recap, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have completed assembly of the upper triangle, which you see there in front of Anil Menon on the foreground of your screen. They've also completed installation of the right lower strut and are currently finishing install of the right mid strut.
While we're standing by, could you give us our ET, Stephanie? Where we are in the timeline?
PET 3 hours, 6 minutes, checking timeline. We are about 5 minutes down on the timeline. EV2 MEDOX limiting 7 hours for MEDOX.
Good improvement.
Definitely. Hope that you're in an ACFR not moving.
Yes, concur with all. And after discussion with the bolts, we are calling M9 through M12 good, at least at this time. So we are ready for you to continue to install the left lower strut. Jessica, translate to the strut bag. And Anil, prepare to receive the left mid strut.
Two copies.
V1.
And with that communication to the crew from the ground team here at NASA's Mission Control Center at NASA Johnson Space Center, that they have instructed that Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the two spacewalkers for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, have moved on and have completed the assembly of the right mid strut. They were going over reviews of the bolts that were needed, the 4 bolts to attach that right mid strut to the 3B mast canister. And with that, they have since given the go for Jessica Meir, who you see towards the top of your screen in the red striped spacesuit, to move along and return back to the strut bag and now begin the left side of the assembly. And that left side will start with the left lower strut. So going over everything that has transpired here over the last 3 hours and 8 minutes, that's how far along we are in today's spacewalk. The crew has completed the upper triangle build, which consists of the IROSA mounting bracket. That is what the future IROSA installation will attach to help provide additional power to the International Space Station through the 3B channel, which is the channel on the far side of the starboard side of the International Space Station. So with that mounting bracket attached to 2 struts, forming a triangle of the 3 sides, and that would attach to the top portion of the mast canister. Then they would assemble the right side portion, which consists of the right lower strut and right mid strut. That lower strut completed a little while ago, and you just saw and heard the communication with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon to begin procedures to now move over to the left-hand side and begin pretty much what they just completed on the right, mirror to the left lower strut, and then the left mid strut. Also, still to look ahead for today's spacewalk is to also assemble the collars, cables, and MLI. You've heard the term MLI a few different times today, and that is multi-layer insulation that provides protection to areas around the International Space Station that are exposed to space.
In reviewing our config, we realized during the last year.
On your way, Anil?
Oh, there we are.
And there's a great view of that strut bag as Jessica Meir when that red stripes.
I have control.
Okay, I'm gonna let go. This will be the moon to the left.
I am reading to the side here. It's the side pad, right?
Sure, side pad side.
Okay, side pad side is redded.
That's affirmative.
I'm going to take off the bag rat.
Yes.
I can't see it.
Can't see it, but it's. I mean, just let it go. There it is. You got it.
I got it.
So that is Anil Menon on the bottom left and Jessica Meir on the top of your screen, starting to begin assembly of the left side of today's 3B modification build outside of the 3B mast canister of the International Space Station, and all in support of the future rollout of a rollout solar array to provide additional power to the orbiting laboratory. The strut bag that you saw images of, 8 feet in length, weighing over 300 pounds on Earth. Though they do not feel that weight in space, they do carry the mass of that bag as they manipulate it around their work site. So now they'll begin the assembly of what will be the left lower strut. After completing the right-hand side, verifying that all the bolts to attach the struts to the mounting bracket are safe and secure against the mast canister. And they will just mirror that assembly, but now on the left-hand side, the left lower strut and left mid strut upcoming.
Hey now, here it comes.
All right. Hands are out. He's coming up. Almost there. That coming. I almost have it. There we go. I have control.
Okay, you have control. I'm letting go.
I have control.
I'm right to the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis.
I think we're going to get on this side of this.
Can you repeat?
Yes, just a friendly reminder, right to the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis.
Okay. MWS rat is on the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis, near M22.
one's not just staying right to the bag?
This one, once the red is on the handrail stanchion, you can release the bag to the red to the bag.
Okay, go to release now.
Go to release.
Okay. Has been released.
Nice. Nice control.
I see you have control.
Jessica, verify access to the strut bag PGT and torque wrench for the left sob spherical bearing, and then translate to the left side of the IEA.
Okay, copy. It's in a good position right now. Hopefully it stays that way, but I will start translating.
Excellent. Thank you.
Zeroing in on 3 hours and 15 minutes into today's U.S. SpaceWalk 96, featuring NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the sixth of Jessica's career. And for Anil Menon, who just arrived to the station after launching 22 days ago, it is his first of his NASA career. Today's spacewalk is to build out a modification kit to the 3B mast canister and augment the 3B power channel for the International Space Station. And this modification kit, this structure that they are building, is to support an International Space Station rollout solar array that'll be installed on a future EVA. Those solar arrays will arrive to station both to support the 3B channel that we've been talking about today, and also the 2A channel that EVA would complete a similar structure over the last couple of EVAs for these astronauts and for the International Space Station. The most recent back on March 18th, U.S. Spacewalk number 94, that Jessica Meir was a part of alongside with NASA astronaut Chris Williams. So far, they have completed the upper triangle and the right side of the strut assembly to attach to that 3B mast canister, which is located all the way to the far end of the starboard side of the International Space Station. So they had covered some ground after exiting the Quest airlock.
Over here on your left, I'm at the A-frame, so I'm going to get into a position to adjust your APFR.
Copy. Friendly reminder for the roll changes from Charlie to Hotel.
Charlie to Hotel.
And that is Jessica Meir relaying communications to the ground as she has moved around backside of where she previously was, supporting the right side build out of the structure. She since has gone up and around Anil Menon and is now popping up on the left side of the structure to help build out that left lower strut and left mid strut. Meanwhile, Menon at the bottom of your screen, he is locked in to an articulating portable foot restraint to help extend his reach.
Which I think might be a song.
Copy, a slow roll for now. Right, and now.
Do my theme song.
I've got a.
Currently experiencing a communications handover for the next handful of seconds as we take a live look inside of where we are located inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside of Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center. The team here on the ground working in lockstep with the two astronauts outside of the International Space Station, led by Ronak Dave, the flight director for today, and his call sign Momentum Flight, as him and his team overseeing everything on the outskirts of the orbiting laboratory.
Might be in position golf.
Golf, we're going 1 over.
Copy, golf. Are you ready to verify the access steps?
See you in.
1 by 1 sec.
See you in hotel now.
Hotel. Good job.
And that is Stephanie Wilson in the middle of your screen that is relaying these communications up to Anil Menon and Jessica Meir. Aki Hoshide to the right of Stephanie Wilson, handling all other communications to the remaining 5 members of Expedition 75 inside of the International Space Station. As we have now regained communications as the handover complete between satellites, and a view there of that is Anil Menon on the bottom right-hand side. As I look a little closer there, if you were to flip it upside down, the upper triangle has now become the, quote, lower triangle in this view, with the long lower struts now extending from the base all the way to the basically top of that 3B mass canister. So it now, since we are viewing it from essentially upside down from the original construction, what's now left is right, or right is left. For Jessica Meir, again, moving into position after completing that right-hand side build out of the lower strut and mid strut, and preparing to receive one end of the left lower strut from Anil Menon, who is currently holding it, while Jessica gets positioned properly.
I'm at that location. I am going to get a BRT down on this side. It'll make it a lot easier. They're on the appropriate side now.
Copy BRT.
Oh, you doing that? Do you want me to get that PGT?
I can reach it. I can reach it, I think.
BRT handrail.
I can get that to you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Just suggested handrail for the BRT 2082. And when you're ready, the PGT settings for the strut bag, PGT Alpha 1 clockwise 1.
Copy, and I actually used 2081, and I'm getting the PGT.
Copy, 2081.
So I'll give it a cow. Cal, good LED test battery 40. I'll actually take settings before we line up this strut.
Copy your report on the numbers, PGT settings, Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Good readback.
That is set. All right, so now I'm ready to get that strut in position.
Line lower left strut M21 to the Saab spherical bearing, and on Anil side, check pip pin lanyard is free of the clevis.
And now?
I'm just checking the lanyard. See, I can help you out with...
Okay, the bolt is aligned right there. Can you hold steady there?
Holding steady.
We're ready for 4 turns, Stephanie?
Drive M21, 4 turns. You have a go.
And with that, Jessica Meir now on the left-hand side of your screen with the PGT, the pistol grip tool, the space drill, turning the bottom portion of the left lower strut to attach to the 3B mast canister as Anil Menon, more towards the now middle of your screen and right side. He is essentially holding in place the top portion of that left lower strut and holding it in place. You hear the word clevis, that groove in which the 2 pieces fit into the left lower strut, moving into the mounting bracket, the IROSA mounting bracket.
Lower strut L5 to mounting bracket L5.
So while Jessica Meir on the left is attaching the lower portion of this strut, Anil Menon just receiving instruction to now arrange that strut and properly align it into its correct configuration, and now properly aligned to the mounting bracket.
Settings for your PGT, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Just 2 turns here?
That's affirmative. You'll be driving M22, 2 turns. And you can hand start them, your preference.
I'm just going to hand turn them.
That's a good plan. For EV1, while EV2 is hand driving M22, get ahead PGT settings for you, Bravo 7, clockwise 2 on the strut bag PGT.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Right.
Good to be back.
2 turns, Stephanie.
Copy 2 turns M22. That means we are ready for EV1 to drive M21, 9 turns, driving to torque.
Inward.
So the initial secured bolt turning for Jessica Meir and Anil Menon taking place. Now they're providing additional torque and security to, again, the bottom left and top left portions of the lower strut in today's build out of the 3B mast canister.
Hey, Stephanie, that was 9 turns. I've got a red light, low torque, 16.3, so I can hit it again. I do see black line is like pretty much flush, so I think we're very close.
We copy. Thanks for the report. We'd like you to drive M21 again.
Okay, that was about a quarter turn. I got a good green light. 21.8, it does say it's a good green light, so I'm assuming it needs one more hit.
Okay. Negative will go to the torque wrench, but M21, 21.8 torque, quarter turn additional to the 9 that you got previously, green light. Go for the torque wrench. Looking for 2 breakovers with a turn count.
Approaching 3 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, US EV-896.
TCV setting of 2.
Right now, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir with the teamwork of Anil Menon of NASA joining her on this spacewalk, currently assembling the left lower strut of today's build-out. A modification kit to the 3B power channel to help augment the 3B power channel and support the hardware of a rolling out solar array, an International Space Station rollout solar array, or IROSA. And there you can see that Jessica Meir is near the bottom of that mast canister and using the torque wrench to secure the lower portion of that strut. Anil Menon up at the top of this image is holding that topmost portion and will continue to secure his side once Jessica Meir has completed her end, but you can see the structure that has been built out quite well actually in this image. There you see the quote upper triangle just to the right side of Anil Menon, again more towards the middle right of your screen, and that is the main portion of the build, the first portion of the build. Everything else is support structures to help attach the mass canister. That is the IROSA mounting bracket, supported by two upper struts that have attached to the upper portion of the mass canister. Then you can see towards the bottom middle of your screen, that is the right mid strut to provide additional structural support going from the mounting bracket to the side of the canister, and then of course the right lower strut going from the top right corner all the way down to the bottom left there. So they are just repeating these procedures on the other side, the left-hand side, doing the left lower strut first. Once that is secure, they will move over to the left mid strut.
Confirm the MLI is in place.
Copy, thank you. For EV2, PGT settings are the same, Bravo 1 clockwise 2 to drive M22 to torque, an additional 5 to 7 turns.
5 to 7 turns on M22, same PGT settings, they're set.
Jessica, with the completion of your Saab bolt checks, when you are ready, you can translate to the left side pad installation location.
Okay, copy that, Stephanie, and my TCV settings back at 4.
Copy EV1, TCV setting of 4.
And on M22, 7 turns, green light, 11.8 torque, backline flush.
Copy M22, torque 11.8, 7 turns, green light, black line flush. Stow PGT, release the ret from the lower strut.
And with that call out and releasing the ret from the lower strut, the ret is the retractable equipment tether. That is to make sure that the equipment that they are working on, in this case the left lower strut, were not to break away from their workstation. The left lower strut has now been assembled after Jessica Meir did the bottom portion and Anil Menon did the upper portion, and you just saw a great helmet cam view from Anil Menon where you saw the upper triangle build. The right side has been completed, and then we go back to that camera. So that's a great view of that upper triangle. That is the IROSA mounting bracket on the near side covering the bottom portion of your screen with those two top struts, left and right, attaching it to the top portion of the 3B mast canister. So there you can somewhat see off the left-hand side of Menon's glove, the lower left strut going from the mounting bracket all the way down the canister to the bottom left-hand portion. Jessica Meir, who is floating just off to the top of the left-hand portion of your screen in the red stripes, she has now moved her way to the mid-center pad location. What's going to happen now is that they will prepare to install the left mid-strut. Jessica will be in charge of fixing the portion that will attach the mass canister, and for Anil Menon, he will attach his side to the upper triangle and the IROSA mounting bracket. So again, the NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing to proceed along with today's spacewalk procedures, now passing 3 hours and 32 minutes on in, and they continue to cruise along with today's build of 6 struts and 1 mounting bracket. So once this left mid strut is on, that will be strut 6 of 6 before moving on to their next task, which would be helping assemble cables and additional installations in preparation for that installation of an IROSA or International Space Station rollout solar array on a future space flight.
Full length pending the side pad towards the mass canister.
Doing that now.
And now the International Space Station making its way into an orbital nighttime. We've had a handful of those throughout today's spacewalk. As you see, Anil Menon starting to properly line up that left mid strut now. It is a telescoping strut that expands out, so you can see him extending that mid strut, in which he will hand off the end of that to Jessica Meir.
I've got a hand on the NLI, and I've got a hand on the handrail. Okay, can you pull it toward you, actually?
Towards me, okay.
All right, we're in soft dock.
Great.
Copy soft dock. PGT settings. Jessica, with your PGT, Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
So from this view, Anil Menon, those are his hands. He is holding in place one side of the left mid strut as it is extended out, and Jessica Meir has the other end. The constructions of her pistol grip tool to help
Alpha 2, clockwise 2 is set.
connect that other end of this left mid strut to the side of the 3B mast canister.
Roger, 2 turns.
Turn.
And we go inside the point of view of Jessica Meir and her helmet cam, and there is that pistol grip tool. You can see the settings on that tool as she is
Copy 2 turns, M1.
attaching the bolts to the side of the mast canister. And there you can see those settings in action, the clockwise settings, the torque settings, all radioed to Jessica Meir as she continues to work across the 4 bolts required to secure this section of the mid left strut to that 3B mast canister.
Turns on M2.
M2, 2 turns.
Turns on M3.
Copy 2 turns.
Actually, I did get 2
M3.
turns. I'm going to hit M3 again. It didn't. M3 did not engage, so I'm going to do 2 more.
Copy.
We're engaged, 2 turns.
Copy 2 turns, M3. Drive now M1 to M4 to torque, an additional 4 to 7 turns. For EV2, align mid-strut L8 to upper strut L8.
4 to 7 turns.
EV2 has aligned L8 to L8.
PGT settings for your PGT, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, to drive M28 to torque, expecting 7 to 8 turns.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, copy.
Hey, M1, I got 4 turns, good green light, and 3.7 torque.
M1, 3.7 torque, 4 turns, green light. Good M1.
NASA astronaut Jessica Meir from her helmet camera continuing to secure the 4 bolts to attach one side of the left mid strut.
M4 was also 4 turns, good green light, 3.8 torque.
M4, 3.8 torque, 4 turns, green light. Good M4 bolt.
She initially provided the initial security, so a couple of turns, 2 turns each for bolts M1 through M4. That is the 4 you see on your screen. And now she is going back around to create additional security and threading of those bolts into the side of the 3B mass canister.
M2 3.8 torque, 4 turns, green light.
28, 2 turns.
And once this is secure on the perspective of Jessica Meir, we will then transfer over to Anil Menon, who is holding the other side of this left mid strut and holding it up against its appropriate position against the IROSA mounting bracket, the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array mounting bracket. And then he will take his turn with the PGT or pistol grip tool, the space drill, to attach the other side of this left mid strut.
Actually, Becky, that was 3.6 for M3.
Copy 3.6. Thanks for the update. And for EV2, M28, you can drive it to torque.
On the torque on M28.
I see a good pit pin in the center, in the side pad, and I will get the MOI in place.
Copy.
Additional turns on M28, so a total of 9 turns on M28. Black line flush, green light 11.4 or 11.9 on the torque.
M28, 11.9 torque, 9 turns total, green light, black line flush.
For him.
With that, Anil, you can still your PGT. When you both are ready, the EV2 rec can be released from the mid-strut handrail. And Anil, you also have installed a mid-strut.
Anil, you ready for it?
Ready for it.
So with those call-outs, you heard the 4 good bolts from the perspective of Jessica Meir, and then Anil Menon on the other side with his bolt also good. That means that the left mid strut is now attached and constructed as a part of today's spacewalk tasks. 3 hours and 41 minutes into today's task. Now the crew will move into safety checks. They'll go back over their glove inspections, their HAP checks, their helmet absorption pads to absorb any possible risk of water inside the helmets. They'll do gauntlet checks as they have been diligently working through today's spacewalk timeline using that pistol grip tool to secure multiple bolts across 6 different struts and a mounting bracket, all a part of today's modification kit for the 3B mass canister, and attached to that canister, all in support of the future rollout of a solar array, a rollout solar array to help augment the power and provide additional power to the International Space Station. And again, we have had these glove, HAP, and gauntlet checks. Again, HAP, the helmet absorption pad, all throughout today's spacewalk.
When convenient, I'll take a glove, HAP, and gauntlet check from EV1 and EV2.
EV1, dry HAP. I see the same nominal gloves, a little bit more of the black smudging now on my right index finger as well, and some really small ones actually really on all fingertips.
Copy for EV1 nominal gloves a little more smudging, especially on the right index finger and all tips. Dry HAP. Check your gauntlets.
Sorry about that. Gauntlets are down.
Thank you. Appreciate the report.
As they move through those safety procedures, temporary loss of communication and loss of signal with the International Space Station, which we will regain here shortly. It is anticipated with the handover of communication satellites. So we bring you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We still have audio communication coming down from the crew as the flight team here inside the room, led by Flight Director Ronak Dave and his Momentum flight team, working through today's spacewalk procedures. To the left of Ronak is Chris Dobbins, who will support an upcoming spacewalk here in the month of August. Today's is the first of 3 this month. The next one, U.S. Spacewalk 97 on Thursday, August 13th, and then U.S. Spacewalk 98 scheduled for August 25th. So it is a busy month for astronauts inside the orbiting laboratory to journey out into the vacuum of space. Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, was to the right of him, followed by Aki Hoshide, the Capcom, who's communicating to the other 5 members of this Expedition 75 crew. Now we return to communications and visuals from the International Space Station. This is from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Anil Menon. He is on the very edge of the upper triangle build of today's modification kit construction.
Nominal gloves dry half, gauntlets down for EV2. EV1, perform socket swap to the 2-inch rigid from your trash bag on your PGT.
Work.
Anil, for the MLI, was that also for the MLI over M15 and M16?
M15, M16, A firm.
And we like the action that you're taking now. Thank you.
I have the 6-inch wobble off of the PG good pull test on my rep, and I'm going to go for the other one.
Copy EV1. EV2, we like the MLI, double check mounting bracket upper surface clear, and we're ready for you to egress the APFR.
Line bracket upper surface is clear.
Thank you for the report.
Gracias.
The 6-inch wobble is in my trash bag.
Copy, Jessica.
So after successful checks of the MLI, the multi-layer insulation protecting the build-out that Jessica Meir and Anil Menon just completed, Anil Menon has been given the clear to exit the articulating a portable foot restraint and begin the next tasks on today's spacewalk journey.
Non-axial loads into mid-strut while driving collar bolts. You can adjust your body position to reach the mid-strut collar. And for EV2 and adjusting the APFR, it's a roll to a foxtrot.
It's a foxtrot.
So now the two NASA astronauts will dive into individual tasks. You see Anil Menon on the right-hand side. He is manipulating the portable APFR, articulating portable foot restraint, as he has just departed his position where he was locked in during the construction of today's modification kit. And now for Jessica Meir on the left-hand side, she will address and take a look at the left mid-strut collar as well as the right mid-strut collar eventually. And that will help cover up additional pieces of hardware that were recently built out by the two astronauts.
Goes with you to the cable bag in the middle layer.
Now 3 hours and 49 minutes into today's spacewalk is Meir and Menon, continuing to progress well along today's timeline as they and their Expedition 75 crewmates, 272 miles orbiting above Earth and currently passing right through the midsection of Antarctica and Australia in the southern hemisphere. After egressing and beginning today's spacewalk officially at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern, Anil Menon and Jessica Meir would make their way all the way down the starboard side of the International Space Station's truss structure, the backbone and support system of the orbiting laboratory, to the 3B channel and mast canister, where they would take a collection of 6 struts as well as the IROSA mounting bracket, and have since constructed all 6 of those pieces and the mounting bracket, and are now, for Jessica Meir, working on the left mid-strut collar. And for Anil Menon,
with the body position, it's a good position to reach the mid-strut
cleaning up the articulating portable foot restraint, and will now begin one of the next major tasks of today's spacewalk, which is preparing the IROSA cables that need to attach for that future rollout solar array.
Was that Bravo 7 clockwise 2?
Yes, that's affirmed. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, and I've got my BRT down. I will retrieve my PGT. And I believe we said the tab side first this time, which would be top one, M30.
That's affirmative. All good. Your PGT, tab side first, M30 to torque.
All right, I believe I have my tether fixed. I'm headed over to the cable bag.
Copy. Nicely done.
And just a reminder that my tether is on top of your tether.
Copy.
That's okay. Just I recommend translating back the same way you come. So. Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Good settings. Drive M30 tab side to torque, about 4 to 8 turns. I'm sorry, 4 to 5 turns.
4 to 5 turns. Stephanie, I was actually 6 turns. I got a green light and 25.3.
And the 30, 25.3 torque, 6 turns, green light, verified tab is rigid.
The tab is not rigid.
Copy checking.
Bill, you see the moon to the, I'm not sure what way you're facing, but.
To my right, yeah, I see it. Thanks for the heads up. I can see a future moon base there.
See it too.
For Jessica, we'd like you to inspect the clamshell interface for FOD or interference.
Okay, copy. Don't see any FOD or interference. It looks like it's almost all the way to the tab on both sides, but I can still move the tab. I don't know if you can see that in my view or not. But I would say it's, it's definitely not, the two sides are not completely mated. I think I recall in the other ones they may have been a little bit tighter, but that may have been after I did the torquing with a manual ratchet.
Copy, checking. Jessica, we appreciate your words. We'd like you to drive M30 again, same PGT settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Copy and work.
Closing in on 4 hours into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue to work through their tasks after installing hardware that will modify the International Space Station's 3B power channel, all in preparation for the future installation of a International Space Station rollout solar array. After exiting the airlock and beginning their EVA at 7:33 a.m. Central Time this morning, they have moved to the work site, the far side of the starboard end of the International Space Station, where that 3B power channel and mast canister has resided. And from there, they took a collection of 6 struts, 3 on each side of left and right, an upper, a mid, and a lower, and have since constructed that hardware to support the International Space Station rollout solar array. And for now, Jessica Meir, you see she is currently affixing collars to the struts, as Anil Menon has since gone to retrieve now the cabling that will be required to connect those IROSAs to the International Space Station.
Check a good body position and drive M30 again.
I believe I was really well braced. I mean, I felt very secure, and I had 2 hands on the PCT, so I will repeat that.
Copy all.
That was the same thing, barely moved. I got a good green light that time, 25.6 torque, and now the cab is almost rigid. It has a tiny little bit of play in it, but it's not moving freely like it was previously.
Copy, 25.6 torque, almost rigid, checking.
If you have a heck of view right now, I can move it for you and show you, but I'm not sure if you have a view.
Thanks for the report and your work on M30. We are ready to move to M29, drive M29 to torque, 4 to 5 turns.
A view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to torque down or tighten down the collars on the left mid strut.
I did get a low torque that time. It's actually reading only 5.2. Red light. So I can try hitting that again, try to brace a little bit better.
Yes, we'd like you to drive M29 to torque. Anil, nice work with the cables.
And a nice update there for Anil Menon as we continue to monitor Jessica Meir's tightening of that left mid-strut collar. She will then move over to do the right mid-strut collar, part of the assembly that they did earlier on in today's spacewalk. And you heard the update on Anil Menon. He has since gone off and grabbed the cabling required to set up the portion of today's spacewalk that'll help the future spacewalkers connect the International Space Station rollout solar array to the space station's power systems and provide additional power to support critical station operations.
The tab side to final torque.
I copy and just wanted to give you one note before I do that. Maybe it's expected at this phase, but I do remember, like last time we did this, there was an uneven gap. Right now, it looks like there is still a gap that it's fairly even. It does look like it's a little bit more open on the M29 side. Very slightly. Definitely not the same difference as the previous one I installed.
Copy the report and appreciate the words. We are still ready to manual ratchet clockwise M30 to final torque.
Copy, I'm in manual ratchet. I'll put that in work.
I have a confirmation question when able.
We are ready.
Okay, I have the cables and I'm ready to them for my MWS. I do not need to bring the ret from the cable bag along with the AET that's holding the cables, right? I can leave the ret holding the AET and I can leave it with the cable bag.
That's a good assessment. We concur. Ret stays in the bag.
Right, we use that ret for the...
Stephanie, I've got 2 pops on M30.
And with this communication, we have officially surpassed the 4-hour mark of today's spacewalk, now going in on 4 hours and 2 minutes. As Jessica Meir continuing to torque down that left mid-strut collar. And now we see the right-hand side, the view from Anil Menon's helmet cam, as he has gone off to retrieve cabling that will be used and routed by these 2 astronauts to help support the connection of the International Space Station rollout solar array during a future spacewalk.
I'm headed your way, Jessica.
All right, copy.
So to recap, these 2 have built out the entire structure and are now securing it. Jessica Meir has 1 more mid-strut collar to go. That'll be the right mid-strut collar. And then the 2 of them will get together again to start routing that cabling. A collection of 6 struts to attach a mounting bracket to the 3B mast canister have been completed. 3 on the right side, 3 on the left by Meir and Menon. And then for the IROSAs themselves, they will fly up to the International Space Station on a future cargo flight later this year, NASA's SpaceX's 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. And it'll be a pair of IROSAs that'll help support not only just this 3B mod kit, but also the 2A power channel as well.
For M30, we'd like manual ratchet again clockwise, looking for 2 pops.
Work. Pop. Didn't turn any further, it pops right away.
Copy, no pops, no turns, but pops. Jessica, check the tab again for M30, but regardless, we will move on to M29.
Unfortunately, tab is still moving.
Copy. Ready to manually drive M29 to final torque. Manually drive with 2 pops.
Copy, M29.
Anil, for the cables, the IROSA cables, there is an adjustable on the scoop, and the adjustable on the cables can go to the adjustable on the scoop.
View from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to torque down that left mid-strut collar. But if you look just over her left-hand side, you can see the orbital sunrise starting to make its way around and up and over the horizon as the International Space Station soon to be coming out of its nighttime pass. And for the space station, currently flying over the island of Tonga across the Pacific Ocean, and will soon be making its way toward the western coast of California.
Cables on the adjustable.
Copy. Nice work.
The space between each side looks fairly uniform, and I'm looking in. I've got a good view to see like the threads of the M29, so basically in that, I would say, less than a centimeter space. And I can see some yellow substance. I believe that's just the locking glue, but I can see that on one side of the threads.
Jessica, thanks for the report. We think we're in a good config. We'd like photographs just so we can verify.
Jessica, I'm taking photos right now.
Okay, I can get some close-up ones. Not sure with this one how in focus they'll be, but I see a cable over my head as well.
Sorry.
We appreciate photos of both EV1 and EV2.
Copy. I'm going to get my PGT stowed first. I'm pretty sure we think we're done with it.
Are we intending to drive this again?
Checking. Set PGT to manual ratchet and stow. Sorry, set to MTR and stow.
Let me get the motor.
Okay, I took a bunch of photos from this angle.
Okay, I'll get a few from over here. Not sure if I'll be able to get any of M30, but I'll do my best.
Appreciate the effort.
We're looking for photos from different angles.
A view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Anil Menon as we approach 4 hours and 10 minutes into today's U.S. spacewalk, U.S. spacewalk 96. As Anil just moments ago taking some photos of the construction of the strut package that is now part and put together for today's 3B modification kit. And that is all in support of helping provide additional power to support critical station operations with the eventual rollout on this modification kit of a rollout solar array.
We see it. Checking.
So now, as Anil Menon looks at the mounting bracket, that's the view we see. The mounting bracket and upper triangle. You see the right upper strut and the left upper strut, aptly labeled as we see on our screen. Also mid struts for either side and lower struts from either side to help secure that mounting bracket safely to the side of that 3B mast canister.
Anil, good eyes. Yes, if you can adjust that side that you're pointing out, that would be great to match the other side.
And there you can see towards the left-hand side of your screen, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir with the red stripes on her spacesuit taking photos of her work. That was done for the left mid-strut collar, again helping secure all of these struts to the side of the 3B mast canister. And then she will eventually make her way around back to the right-hand side, where she will tighten down the right mid-strut collar. While Jessica was doing the left side, Anil Menon went off and grabbed the cabling that will be required to support the connections of the future rollout solar array to the International Space Station's power supply systems.
So Stephanie, another thing to check, I noticed that the pins for the IROSA, one of them's in the engaged, two of them are like fully deployed. I can set them to engaged if needed.
Anil, thank you for the report. We will take that forward to the IROSA team. Jessica, thank you for the photos. We're ready for you to install the collar pit pin in the final location.
The collar pit pin in work. Collar pit pin's installed.
Copy. Work now on the right mid-strut collar. Translate to the right mid-strut.
Work.
This is Mission Control Houston, and we are currently 4 hours and 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. As you just saw, Anil and Jessica took some photos of the assembly of today's 3B mod kit. Jessica just finished tightening the left mid-strut collar and now working to do the same on the right mid-strut. Anil is about to begin cleaning up the work site. Dual view here of the helmet cameras. On your left is camera on Jessica Meir's helmet, and to the right is Anil's camera. The work on today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for the future installation of new rollout solar arrays, or IROSA.
Outboard of the canister, and I do think we saw these last time. I think the suspicion was that they were the mounting glue. They're very small.
Jessica, thanks for the report. We copy.
The IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, that Jessica Meir and Anil Menon are preparing for will arrive to the International Space Station later this year aboard NASA's SpaceX 25th Commercial Resupply Services mission. The International Space Station is currently flying 257 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean heading towards California.
Now, where are you, just for my tether awareness?
I am over your left shoulder high. Your head's pointing at me. And if you happen to see my tether, you could tell me if I got it. I think it's going off to my right.
Please stand by.
But just when you get a chance.
It is between your legs again, going straight back.
I'm pretty good at that.
You are. Over two.
The view you're seeing on your screen is from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's HECA, or High Definition Extravehicular Mobility Unit camera assembly on her helmet. As mentioned, she just finished tightening the left mid-strut collar and now is making her way over to the other side, as you see her here traversing over that way to do the same on the right mid-strut.
And I see your tether. I'm crossing back over it.
Nice. Take a peek at the cable bank as you go by and see if it's fit together.
Your tether is air-led on a handrail over here on this side. I'm assuming that's not intentional?
Not intentional.
Okay, I will free that so that it'll go back to your side.
Question for Anil. We are evaluating how you might be able to get ahead. The IROSA mod kit is not yet ready for loads, and we'd like to evaluate how you feel you could reach the upper handrails on the lower strut.
You can absolutely reach the upper handrails on the lower strut.
And you feel you could do that without putting loads into it as you're doing some of the cable routing?
Absolutely.
Thanks for the info. Stand by.
And now your tether is still between your legs, of course, but it's running straight behind you to your green hook like it was previously.
That should be an easy save. I'll just do a little roll when I get out. Maybe Stephanie can remind me if she sees me getting out.
Anil, with your report, we are ready for you to start the left side cable routing. Friendly reminder, as you egress and as you've discussed, your safety tether is behind you.
See that. Thank you.
And my mistake, we believe you can do this while you are in the APFR.
I'm just taking 1 foot out.
And that works fine.
And just to be super sure, the red stripes go to the right, so I'm grabbing the left one. I'm taking off the first wire tie, and that one is going to go to the upper handrail on the left lower strut.
Yes, that's a good summary. You'll release 1 twist on the long wire tie labeled left on the cables to release each coil, and then at the alignment mark on the cable, secure in the pre-positioned wire tie on the left strut handrail with 3 twists.
View from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, as we have now reached 4 minutes and 20 seconds, or 4 hours and 20 minutes into today's US 96 spacewalk. And he is receiving instruction on the cabling that will be used to help connect the International Space Station to a futurely installed International Space Station rollout solar array. Meanwhile, you see Jessica Meir on the far right-hand side of your screen, marked by those red stripes around the pant collars, around the knee. She has moved from the left side of the 3B mass canister around to the right-hand side, and there she will further secure the right mid-strut collar to provide further stability to the structure that has been constructed by these 2 astronauts today. All of this a part of the 3B modification kit to the 3B mass canister, located to the starboard side of the International Space Station. They constructed 6 struts and a mounting bracket, and that mounting bracket you can see in prime view of Anil Menon's helmet cameras, as we see right here. That is where the future International Space Station rollout solar array will reside. The cabling that he is currently looking to attach and begin routing to will connect that solar array to the station's power systems, and it will provide additional power to support critical station operations, including its safe and controlled deorbit. So a key structural component for the IROSA, built out today by Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
And this tab is rigid.
Copy M26, 25.5 torque, 4 turns, green light, rigid tab. Drive M25 to torque, expecting 4 to 5 turns.
And that communication between Jessica Meir and Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, as she is driving. You can see her pistol grip tool, the space drill, at the far top right-hand side of your screen. That is what she is using to tighten down that right mid-strut collar.
5 turns. I got a green light and a torque of 25.5 again. And with that one, it did loosen the tab. So the tab was rigid, it's no longer rigid.
Copy M25 was 25.5 turns, 25.5 torque, 5 turns, green light. Did loosen the tab a bit. Thank you for the report. We're ready for manual ratchet for M26, driving it to final torque. Expecting 2 pops.
Mark, manual ratchet starting with M20.
So with the drill setting now switched to a ratchet setting of the pistol grip tool, additional maneuvers for Jessica Meir to again continue to tighten down that right mid-strut collar, and there you can kind of see a zoomed out version of that full build that her and Anil Menon would complete today. In front of Anil on the left-hand side, you see the mounting bracket for the IROSA, the upper triangle that it is attached to with the 2 upper struts, and then just off the right-hand corner, if you will, bottom right corner of that upper triangle is the right lower strut, and where Jessica is currently tightening down that mid-collar is the mid-strut, and that is what they built on the right side and left side for today. And you can see in the hands of astronaut Anil Menon the cabling that will be routed here shortly, as the 2 have been working in tandem today for the modification kit of the 3B mass canister for the eventual installation of an rollout solar array.
Stephanie, I got about a half a turn and 2 pops.
Copy, half turn, 2 pops on M26. Verify tab is rigid.
And from the helmet camera view of Jessica Meir with that pistol grip tool, you see the expansiveness of the solar array for the International Space Station up against the horizon of the Earth as, again, she continues to work on that right mid-strut collar, and it's tightening down of the 3B mast canister.
At the black mark.
That's what I thought. Okay, just double checking.
Just remember, you got to do the MLI first, too, so if you do the mid one, we're going to have to do that MLI.
Copy that.
Incredible view down the solar array right now.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir relaying exactly what we were just looking at as well. The look down the space station's solar arrays facing Earth
For the black line.
as she continues to tighten down that right mid-strut collar.
Okay, and Stephanie, I'm on M20. I just did M25. Do you want me to go back to M26 and do the manual ratchet again? Or do it again on M25?
We would like the tab side again.
Okay, in work.
Four hours and 26 minutes into today's spacewalk as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir continuing to tighten down that right mid-strut collar. And then you heard communication about MLI. That is a multi-layer insulation, that protective covering that will protect the hardware that the two NASA astronauts have just put together. That provides protection to areas of the station that are exposed to space, both thermal and micrometeoroid.
You can drive M25 to final torque, expecting 2 pops.
Okay, we did do that once already, but you want 2 more?
Checking.
By DVI, we got.
"30 seconds to a handover. Jessica, we're in a good config. You can stow your PGT, set it to motor, and install the collar pin in the final location."
Work.
And with that communication, that right mid-collar, right strut mid-collar, has NASA astronaut Jessica Meir can now put to the side her pistol grip tool as we have an expected loss of signal with the International Space Station, but should be acquiring it here in the next couple of seconds. We bring you back inside Mission Control Center here in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, led by Flight Director Ronak Dave, talking with his team, with Stephanie Wilson to his right, the SpaceWalk communicator, and Aki Hoshide, the Capcom for today's events. For Stephanie Wilson, that's the voice you have been hearing talking directly to NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. And for Aki Hoshide, he has been talking to the other remaining 5 members of the Expedition 75 crew. So to recap, that Meir and Menon have constructed all 6 struts and the mounting bracket on the 3B mast canister as part of the modification kit for the International Space Station, and will now begin routing IROSA cabling to help start the beginning of a setup for that initial, or that future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array.
Pin is installed on the mid-collar.
Copy, pit pin installed. We have you now working on the right and left side MLI on the mid strut.
Okay, so EV2 is go to start on the left side MLI.
And that's a
EV1 didn't work.
And there you can see as we've regained communication and video from the outside of the International Space Station, that Jessica Meir on the left with the red stripes on the back of her portable life support system is working that multi-layer insulation. It was pulled back so she had access to that collar that she had been tightening up. Now she is since going to unfurl it and cover back up that hardware to again protect it from thermal and micrometeoroids. And then she will eventually make her way back over to the left-hand side and unfurl those MLIs, or multi-layer insulation coverings, to protect that portion of today's construction. We have just crossed over the 4-hour and 30-minute mark of U.S. Spacewalk 96, and everything going to plan. In fact, they just made an update that they are a little ahead of schedule now as we continue to check off today's procedure and task list. Anil Menon just off to the right-hand side. You see his feet. He is holding on to the IROSA cabling as Jessica Meir continues to use the multi-layer insulation to wrap up that right mid-strut. And then again, we'll move back over to the left-hand side. She's been covering some ground from right to left and back again, and cover up that left mid-strut as well.
That's affirmative, yes, and fold it over around the collar. And while I have you PET 4 hours, 30 minutes, 5 minutes ahead on the timeline, limiting consumable, EV2 MEDOX 7 hours, 19 minutes.
All right, Jessica, I'm done translating.
Okay, I'm still in place. I'm wrapping this, getting some first wraps on this MLI.
EV1 and EV2, as you work the MLI, you have our concurrence to use the long wire ties as needed.
Definitely just shy of the bolt, but I think I'm going to be able to get it over. Yep, I got it over on this side.
Translating. I'm translating.
Copy.
Point of view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet camera as she continues to wrap up that mid-strut with MLI, or multi-layer insulation, to protect it from the thermal extremes of space as well as any micrometeoroid. And again, she will be working from she is currently working on the right mid strut. And then we'll also be able to wrap up that left mid strut as well. And then both her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon will move into the International Space Station rollout solar array cable routing. And that is what we have seen images of Anil Menon holding in his hands, that cable bundle. So as soon as Jessica completes this task, that'll be up next for today's spacewalk, as we are now 4 hours and 35 minutes into U.S. Spacewalk 96. And currently Menon, alongside with Meir and their additional 5 crewmates of Expedition 75, are orbiting over the northern portions of Quebec, Canada, at 262 miles above Earth.
Hallelujah. Just made it.
And again, another great view from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. And she mentioned it earlier, just moments ago, about having a great view looking down the solar arrays towards Earth, as her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon continuing to work the multi-layer insulation wrap around the mid-struts. Meir is currently working on the right side mid-strut, and Menon, just across her field of view, is working on the left-hand side, together in tandem, to cover up that mid-strut and protect it before eventually moving into the rollout solar array cable routing that will be needed once those solar arrays arrive on station. Those will arrive as a part of NASA's SpaceX 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission later this year. It'll be a 2-pack of sorts of the solar arrays. That'll be the 7th and 8th collection. The 7th one will be a part of the 2A power channel. And that EVA most recently was completed back on March 18th, 2026. That was U.S. Spacewalk 94 EVA, extravehicular activity. That was done by Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, completing the work of Nicole Ayers and Ann McLean, who started that modification build for that 2A channel back in May of 2025. But today, these two going the distance from start to finish of the full build out of the structure, 6 total struts and the mounting bracket. They are covering up the collars and insulation for extra security, and we'll prepare again for those IROSA cable routings here momentarily.
Right now.
They still fold outwards. They're not rolling around. I almost feel like I could just cruise over there and collapse them after this, or if you can roll around the corner, you can see it a little bit better. It's kind of.
I think, not sure if this part was supposed to be under. There we go. Getting closer. are you stationary right now? I'm going to release my DRT so I can move around a little and try to see those.
I am stationary.
I'm translating.
You're translating.
For EV1 and EV2, we are turning your HECAs off from the ground to manage temperatures. We will turn them back on when needed for the HECA scans upcoming.
EV1. All right, what do you think now, Anil?
I think it's fantastic.
Okay. Stephanie, my MLI is complete. I've squished it down in all the areas. I can't see any metal showing, and Anil evaluated from his side that there are no gaps.
And we copy. Right side MLI complete. Nice work. We'll have Anil to continue the left side, and then we'll do the HECA scans.
I'm going to translate. Is that okay?
Go ahead. I'll remain still.
Okay.
Communications with Stephanie Wilson, spacewalk communicator, up to the crew of NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon during today's spacewalk, that they have turned off their helmet cameras to monitor temperatures. Meanwhile, Jessica replied down that she has completed her MLI multi-layer insulation security around the right mid strut of today's 3B modification kit against the 3B canister that is going to support the structure that will ultimately hold the 3B IROSA on the mounting bracket. And for Anil Menon, he has since translated. He has gone a little out of view, most likely down to the bottom right-hand side. You can see some commotion, but he is wrapping up the insulation, the multi-layer insulation of the left side strut.
Give me one rotation, and then it's all you.
Okay.
It'll take 5 seconds.
All right, no worries. I just see one more strap to tighten on the further end away from me. I'll do that. I can also do that later.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
And Jessica, you might be working on this, but before we lost the HECA view, we saw some blousing on the MLI around the collar bolts. So if you're able to, we'd like you to squish that down.
Exactly what I'm working on right now.
Excellent.
Approaching 4 hours and 45 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue to wrap up the multi-layer insulation of the right and left mid-struts. Meir has recently completed the right-hand side, and Menon is also operating and securing the left-hand side. We've temporarily lost communications and video from the International Space Station, but that is to be expected with the communications handover between satellites. So we bring you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as Momentum Flight Team, led by Flight Director Ronak Dave, overseeing today's EVA activities. He is being joined on the flight director console by Chris Dobbins, who will be up next for the next spacewalk for NASA, and that'll be U.S. Spacewalk 97 for Thursday, August 13th, and that is where Dobbins will oversee 2 astronauts replacing a communication antenna on the International Space Station called the Space to Ground Antenna, or you'll hear the term SGANT, Space to Ground Antenna, a little smushing of the two. And that is a critical communication system of the space station used by NASA to transmit data, and the antenna enables high-speed communications between Mission Control Center in Houston and the orbiting laboratory.
The one in your hand right now is the one going towards me. Okay. And then there's one that is...
This one right here? Oh.
That's not the tab. It's very close to your index finger on your right hand. So there you go. You got it.
Okay.
Just pull that one down.
This way?
Yes, that way.
Okay.
Now the other one, unfortunately, is kind of underneath there, so you might have to get it out first.
Like fish it out?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I...
But if you squish, with the one that you have right now, if you squish, you might be able to close that gap. That tie that I can see is right there by your... That's it. You see it?
Which way does it go?
I think it goes toward you. But that part on top still needs to squish together.
Okay.
So if you can get it, right there lower, that will work.
Okay. Like that?
Yep. Doing that, you expose a little bit just distal. You see there's another strap that's on my side.
Okay.
Pull that down.
This one?
Yeah, and I think before you do that, see those flaps? I think they were the same ones I had. They're sticking up on the other side.
Uh-huh.
I think those are supposed to go, no, other direction.
Oh.
Yeah, on the other side, not towards the mounting bracket, towards the mass canister.
Okay.
There's 2 flaps, and I think they're supposed to go underneath that piece with the tie.
This piece with the tie?
That's the piece with the tie.
Okay.
And just towards the mass canister from there, if you can fold those.
These 2?
Yes.
Okay, and they go under here.
I think so, and the other one too. If you get the other one, it'll close that gap. It's right underneath your right hand.
I see it.
That's it.
Great directions. Okay.
There you go. Now if you wrap that around, I think you'll be closed. That's a good squish there. Now if you can get that tie that's going across the top toward you.
This one?
Yep. Pull that toward you. The other direction. Across the top toward your mini workstation.
Okay, like that?
Yep. And if you can just do a squish with the corner that's all the way on my side, so the edge, basically the very edges at the end, if you can squish those in, then I think you're good.
Right here?
Yep. Perfect.
Okay. How's that look?
Looks pretty good.
All right.
Yeah. I can see a tiny little gap between those 2 folds. If you can do one more squish, I think you'll get it with your other hand.
Okay, moving the other hand in place.
Bring your other hand on the top part there and squish it down.
Like that?
Yeah.
This is like blind MLI.
I know.
I think the NDL training should be with just the blindfold.
Yeah.
Okay. How's that looking?
It looks pretty good, but you're spinning around, so watch your back.
Okay.
So spin back towards the mass canister with your legs, because your breast is right next to that, the part that sticks out of all those connectors.
I'm going to rotate this way. Is that okay?
Which way?
Feet towards inboard.
A-frame.
Like this.
A-frame.
Okay. I'm tracking my tether either. Do you see it?
Tether is under move your left foot back. And now it's between your legs. You lift your right foot up and put it behind. There you go. You got it.
Okay. All right. I think we're good.
I think we're good too. Stephanie, I think we're ready for the HECA scan.
And actually, nice work, both of you, on the MLI. From here, we would like each of you to work to route the cables on each of your sides, and then we'll come back and get the full HECA scans.
Copy. So it looks like you did this first one, Anil?
Yeah. There's a chance that the next tie, you might have to take out 2 ties. I study it super hard, but it almost looked like the next tie you need is buried.
I see that. Shouldn't be. I think it's just the way the wire tie is right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're good.
Okay. Good.
So this is not in the right config. Let's see.
Dual camera views from NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. Meir on the left-hand side, just outside of the right, mid, and lower strut, working alongside in tandem with Menon on the right-hand side of your screen, and he is working on the left side of the 3B modification kit that has since been constructed by the 2 NASA astronauts. They have the cabling that they are currently routing through, and this cabling will support the connection of a future IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, that will help provide additional power to support critical station operations. We are 4 hours and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk, US EVA 96, the 6th of the career of Jessica Meir. And again, her view on the left-hand side, and the first spacewalk for NASA astronaut Anil Menon. And you can see his point of view on the right.
I'm translating it now.
Okay, I'll stay still. Tell me when I'm go to move.
I'm going to be in position here working on this wire tie so you can translate as needed.
Okay, I'm translating.
And let me know when I can translate.
Almost there. Okay, go ahead and translate.
To confirm, because I don't remember the other cables looking exactly like this last time. So I have one last loop here, and it reaches to the large handrail, and right in front of that handrail are the 2 sets of connectors, both mated. So there's 2 sets of connectors with the wing tabs, both mated together, correct?
Yeah, but I prefer the ground.
Copy, Jessica. That's a good config.
Okay, copy. I'm going to grab another wire tie, and I'll get it on the long handrail. Yeah, I think this one will work with a short wire tie. I'm going to use a short one if that's okay, Stephanie.
Short is good. Either short or long will work.
Approaching 4 hours and 55 minutes into today's spacewalk, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing to route IROSA cabling in and around the 3B canister, around mass canister that will support the power connections for a future installation of an IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array. Jessica Meir can be seen on the left-hand side with those red stripes around her knee as EV1 and current commander of the International Space Station, currently operating in her 6th spacewalk of her NASA career. As for Anil Menon on the right-hand side, it is his very first spacewalk after just arriving on not all that long ago, a little more than 20 days ago, after launching back on July 14th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome as a part of his Soyuz MS-29 team. As for Jessica Meir, she would arrive to station after launching on February 13th as a part of NASA's SpaceX's Crew 12 mission. And as mentioned, the current International Space Station commander, this is her 3rd spacewalk of her current mission, and again, 6th of her overall career.
Okay, that wire tie is in place on the long handrail.
Copy right side. Cable installed on the long handrail.
How would you like to do the HECO scan, Stephanie?
Checking. Jessica, Hector's on for the scan. As much as possible, verify for the right and the left MLI that everything is closed, snug to the struts, no visible metal through the MLI, and that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear.
Okay, I'm starting on the mass canister side. Hopefully you have a good view. I'm looking directly at the cable, moving around a little bit. I can see it on the long handrail. I see good MLI on the side pad. I see good MLI all the way up. I don't see any gaps or any metal.
That's NASA astronaut Jessica Meir providing an update on her current status of the IROSA cable routing, as well as the multi-layer insulation that is currently securing around the right mid-strut of today's build-out of the 3B mass canister modification kit.
See that the mounting bracket is clear. Coming back again with the long handrail to give you a view all the way down it. Then I can see Nil's side. I see it all covered up. There's a tiny little gap on the mounting, kind of between the mounting bracket and the mass canister at the distal end, opposite of the bolt side, but I don't see any metal.
Copy all. Checking.
We have now hit the 5-hour mark of today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. That is Meir on your left from our vantage point, upside down, with Menon also to her right,
Jessica, thanks for the scan
as the two
and for
continue
the
to work
words.
through the IROSA cable routing on the 3B mast canister. Together, over these past 5 hours, these two have built an entire modification structure to add onto that 3B modification canister.
Get eyes on the last bit that you mentioned that has some blousing, and we'll try to cinch that down. Meanwhile, I can take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
With a good plan, my hat is dry. Glove. Still nominal, gauntlets are down.
Nominal gloves, dry hat, gauntlets down, 1 minute to a handover.
As we follow along with today's spacewalk, there you can see off into the distance NASA SpaceX's Crew 12 Dragon spacecraft that is just off to the side, as again NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon working on the very edge of the starboard side of the International Space Station, and a great view looking upward into space along the solar array panels, as the two astronauts have constructed a modification kit that includes 6 struts and 1 mounting bracket to support the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array. And we welcome you back inside the Space Station flight control room here in Mission Control Houston, as we are experiencing a handover and communication satellites, and we'll bring you back those views from the International Space Station and the cameras on the exterior or the orbiting lab, as well as the helmet cams from each astronaut. Flight Director Ronak Dave overseeing today's Momentum flight team, alongside with Stephanie Wilson to his right, the spacewalk communicator. And Aki Hoshide, today's Capcom, communicating with the other 5 members of the Expedition 75 crew, including NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, ESA astronaut Sophie Adno, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Andrei Fedyaev, Pyotr Dubrov, and Anna Kikina.
With 3 twists.
Confirmed.
While we wait for KU for Anil's HECA scan, Jessica, we would like you to cinch down the two adjustables that are on the mounting bracket side that are on the scoop holding the cable. We'd like you to take out the slack.
Okay, copy.
Translating, I'll hold.
Copy.
And this will help keep the cables from hitting the keel pin and staying outside of the rotation envelope. Anil, we're ready for your HECA scan. Similar report as Jessica. Verify in the view, and per your words, MLI closed, snug into the struts, no metal visible through the MLI, mounting bracket, upper surface clear from your side.
Firm on all. MLI is snug. I don't see any metal visible. Would you like me to translate down and the HECA across?
And both of those adjustables are fully tightened.
Copy, two adjustables tightened. And yes, if you could translate down as well.
I'll stop moving.
Are you doing a slow translate?
Go to translate.
Translating.
And now that gap is closed now that I saw.
Good. I'll take a look at your side just to be sure.
One thing you can do actually, see that the part that's just for the mounting bracket from the bolt, if you could push it up the other side, opposite side, the bolt side.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, I see this?
Yes.
It needs to tuck or something, doesn't it?
That's closing it right now. Move your hand for a second. Completely closed right now. I would leave it like that.
Okay. Okay.
Does mine look closed from your side as well?
Does. Yeah.
Great.
Houston copies the report and the scans for the HECA for the MLI on both sides. We are doing a quick double check, and then we will send Jessica off to start working on the strut bag.
One.
Two.
I'm going to translate the other direction.
I'm off of the strut. Oh, I see. You're just planning ahead. I see.
Yeah, all right. Well, I want to see if I could translate on the strut now, and I can, because you're off it.
We are happy with the config. As a final step, we'll have EV2 double check the MLI near the center pad, and we'll have EV1 start towards the bag cleanup.
See it works.
Just going to go double check. Like when I translated over it, I could have unbunched some of it.
Coming up on 5 minutes and 5 hours and 10 minutes into today's US EVA 96 as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon receiving instructions for their next tasks. As Anil Menon, labeled EV2, will continue to inspect some of the MLI, the multi-layer insulation surrounding the struts, and namely the center pad of the 3B modification kit that has been installed by the two astronauts here today. And then for EV1, which is Jessica Meir, she has been assigned to begin the strut bag and cable bag cleanup, as the two have had quite the eventful day today, taking a modification kit that consisted of 6 struts and a center mounting bracket, building together an upper triangle and then attaching that triangle to the 3B mass canister, and then helping with additional security to a mid strut and lower strut, both on the right and left sides. They would also secure a collar on either side of the mid strut, left and right, and together the two of them would also make sure the MLI, again, multi-layer insulation, would properly wrap all of that hardware that has just recently been added on to that 3B mass canister.
For EV2 MLI check, we'd like you to double check the center pad attached to the mass canister area.
And as Anil Menon is checking that MLI on that center pad, as we see from his helmet camera, we also see the cabling that both he and Jessica Meir would route through this modification kit in preparation for the arrival and eventual installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array that'll provide additional power to support critical space station operations.
I'm over here at the strap bag. So, Stephanie, do I ever go to try to start packing it?
Checking.
We'll take the HECA inventory and then we go to pack.
And yes, Jessica will take the HECA scan as the inventory, and then you can begin folding.
In work. I'd like me to read it to you. It might be easier than the scan given my body orientation right now.
Checking. We would like to see the APFR tools. So HECA would be great if you can give it to us.
I can see the APFR collar wrench. There's only one that we had in here. The other APFR tool was in the cable bag. There it is, right in front of my HECA right now. The APFR wrench, not the collar wrench. Sorry, the collar wrench is in the cable bag, and the wrench is right here on a with an adjustable. Other than that, I see 2 small reps on hook 11. I see a large small connected to a small on hook hotel. And I see 2 large smalls on hook golf. And I see 2 large smalls on foxtrot.
Jessica, thank you for the report. That is a good inventory. You can start closing up the bag.
And are you able to see from the HECA there, the mass canister?
And then we'll take a verbal.
Yes, it is well covered. can take some photos too.
Anil, thanks for the report. No photos needed. That's a verbal report. That's good. We are ready for you to translate to your green hook to retrieve it from handrail 2026 and then
Go on the green.
en route to the cable bag.
All right, moving to the green hook.
Yes, and sorry, it's handrail 2029. When convenient, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Checking.
Does look good, nominal. Map is dry. Now let's slow down. Hey,
Copy
Jessica,
now.
how do you want me to navigate this? I should actually go. Should go this way, right?
Yeah, you should go toward the way that your green hook is, the other side. Unless you're coming to this side to help, but I don't think it. I think I'm going to be able to do it per the plan.
Okay.
Five hours and 16 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96 with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. And you just heard communications between those two and the ground here at Mission Control Houston. And NASA's Johnson Space Center is the two working together to start the cleanup process, if you will, of their work site as they have built out a modification kit to the 3B mass canister. A collection of 6 struts, a lower, mid, and upper strut for both the left and right sides, all to support what is going to be an IROSA mounting bracket that will hold an International Space Station rollout solar array. And now that solar array will be installed on a future EVA and will be flown up to the International Space Station along with another pair of solar arrays. Another set of solar arrays for the 2A power channel. So today completes the modification kit necessities for the International Space Station. And the only ones needing that modification with a solar array will be the 2A power channel, which was completed back on March 18th by Jessica Meir alongside NASA astronaut Chris Williams. And then with Meir, you see on your screen right there with the red stripes around her spacesuit, she and now Anil Menon working together to work out this modification kit.
It looks nominal. It is just going to your right side. It's in front of you.
Great.
It's the 1 alpha mod. Copy it. Just on the way back. Correct. We didn't really do it.
As you can see on your screen, both Anil Menon and Jessica Meir working through the cleanup process as they are working to stow the strut bag that carried out the 6 struts and IROSA mounting bracket to today's work site. They brought them out with them when they departed the Quest airlock and officially began their spacewalk today at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. And now 5 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, that cleanup process has begun. That strut bag, which carried struts 8 feet long and a full mass of 330 pounds out to the work site, is going to feel a little bit later as they clean up, as those 6 struts and mounting brackets have been installed. The multi-layer insulation wrapping up the hardware to protect it from the harsh conditions of space. and then securing all bolts and tethers as necessary in the process. And the two now, again, continuing that cleanup with the strut bag, and they will add it to the cable bag that was also brought out for today's hardware.
On my mini workstation, so I'm going to release the left side so that I can fold that in.
Houston copies.
Green hooks up.
Copy EV2, green hookup.
The bag is somewhat folded, definitely not as beautiful as it was inside, but I'm going to translate over towards the cable bag and see if we can stuff it in like this.
Okay, and I can assist.
Yeah, I think given the timing, that would be perfect. Ground agrees.
We concur with the plan.
No.
Side down. Just be real directive, and I'll try to keep the bag where you need it.
Okay, I think actually, can you pass me the ret?
There's a ret.
There's a ret right here. It looks like I can take this one.
Okay.
And before placing the strut bag into the cable bag, we'd like to verify in the cable bag PGT, torque wrench, wire tie caddy.
Can verify PGT, torque wrench. I got eyes on the wire tie caddy.
Excellent, thank you. Proceed.
All right, and now here's what I think we should do. I have the cable, the strut bag is now ready to the cable bag.
Okay.
So I think if you can reach over with your left hand and stand by 1 second, I'm going to get the hook off me. Okay. Reach over with your left hand, grab it, that edge, right down here. Yep, pull that over to you. That's the bottom.
Okay.
Stand by. Can you try to smush it down?
Okay.
I have a hand on this side. I think we're in there if we can get the lid over.
This side is hopping out a little bit. I think I can fix that. Give me a few seconds.
Oh, okay, now my side's out.
Okay.
Can you see, I'll hold this edge. Can you see this stuff up here? Can you tuck that down?
Down. Try.
I got this side. Can we get the lid over? Keep a handle on it. Hand on it.
I'm going to double pinch the free area, and I'm going for the lid.
I've got a hand on it, and I've got a hand underneath the bag.
Okay.
I'm going to let go because it'll pop out if I do.
Okay, that's good. I'm going to try to close the side without popping it out.
Five hours and 25 minutes now into today's spacewalk as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon placing the strut bag inside of the cable bag as a part of today's cleanup activities after constructing a modification kit to the 3B canister, mass canister on the far starboard side of the International Space Station today, and that canister, or that modification kit, supporting the IROSA mounting bracket.
Very close. You can just keep this. Got a hook on.
I got the Velcro down on this side.
Nice job. Okay. We'll try to fix this side.
Can you get the front Velcro first? That might help. Wait, hold on, stand by. The hooks have popped out on your side of the two hooks.
What two hooks?
Right here.
I say we just lock them on to the outside.
Okay, that's fine. They're up. Yep. I also have these wire ties that has the whiff on it that we could use. I'll pull the lid down. There's a torque wrench is popping out above your right hand.
I see it. Okay. Let's get these hooks down. Hooks down. Now, the more you can, like, find some extra...
So, actually, look, I think we might be able to get this Velcro if you move that hook.
Okay.
Can you pull that tab? Or pull here? Squeeze the tab.
That's the limit. I need an assist of somehow.
What if you take the wire tie that's right in front of me and loop it through this tab?
Okay, I'll do that. Great idea.
Continuing to follow along with today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing to work through their cleanup tasks as they have taken the strut bag that carried out 6 struts and 1 mounting base, 8 foot long, weighing 330 pounds, out to the 3B mast canister to construct a modification kit.
Can you get that other Velcro? No?
No, because pushing it. I think let's get this first.
Okay. What can I do?
Rotate it.
It's pulled way too far over here, I think, for you to reach it now.
Okay.
The loop itself.
Yeah.
If you, what if you got that way part of the tab? Yep, exactly what I was going to say. That will keep it closed. Just remember, we have the strap that goes over the top.
Wait, can you just keep it stable for 1 sec?
Okay.
Then I can finish this and then...
Got it.
EB1 and EB2, nice work working with this bag. We realized it's a lot of work. We'd like EB2 to pause for CO2 data.
Okay, pause. I'm pausing. Jessica, you can finish that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's done. Can't reach it right now with you with your head there, but
I mean, it's one twist.
Yep.
I think it'll stay. Hey, just put one more twist, Stephanie. There we go. All right, pausing.
the only concern is just to look at it if the torque wrench could come out. Are you there?
I am there. I'm looking at the torque wrench. It honestly feels pretty wedged, but you could...
What we could do is, once we release that rep that's on the handrail, you can stretch it across the top to the there's a D-ring on the top.
Yeah.
There's also that handle that we use.
This rep right here?
Yep.
Somebody just give it to you. You've got 3 reps down, right?
Well, the hook's on your side. I can't reach that hook from here. I think if we snug that a little bit. So remember how we had that left strap over the top?
Mm-hmm.
If you can get that left strap back over, or if I can after you move, we'll keep the torque wrench in. Which strap was that?
Right here, I'm pointing to it.
Okay, where's it hooked to?
It's hooked to that loop that the wire tie goes through.
Oh, so is that helping?
No, you can unhook it and get it over the top.
Okay, so the top would be toward you, right there where your left hand is.
All right, I'll just wait until we balance out.
All good. I think that should keep the torque wrench in and we'll be good.
If you have bandwidth to loosen it, and it'll make it easier for me when I have to admit, but maybe you can't reach it.
Stephanie, and we're kind of holding right here. Would you like me to get started on the APFR relocate while Anil's waiting?
Yes, we are ready for that. 20 seconds to a handover.
APFR is going to wish 29.
Concur clocking of 6.
Communications with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir with the teams on the ground in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, as we are now experiencing a communications handover between satellites, and we'll return to communications and visuals from the International Space Station here momentarily. We are now 5 hours and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk, US EV-896, which has been successful up until this point, in which both Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have completed the construction of the hardware of a modification kit that has been attached to the 3B mast canister on the far outskirts of the starboard side of the International Space Station, and that mast canister supporting an IROSA mounting bracket that will later hold on to an IROSA itself, an International Space Station rollout solar array, and that will hold that and be unfurled at a later EVA. They have since covered up all the cabling and routed a lot of cabling, the MLI, the multi-layer insulation, protecting all of the new hardware that they have just installed, and now working through their cleanup procedures. They just took the strut bag, which was at the time of the start of the EVA, 8 foot long, and has since been broken down and condensed, so much so that it can be folded into the cable bag. They did a quick inventory of the tools inside of that cable bag and are now making their way to the next steps of their cleanup process, which Jessica Meir just mentioned that she will be a part of the APFR relocation. Well, that is the articulating portable foot restraint that has been used throughout today's spacewalk. And there you see a great view of it as we reestablish communication with the International Space Station, and that functions as a standing plate that the crew members can snap their boots into to lock themselves into place and provide a hands-free stable position for complex tasks like today, being able to use that foot plate to leverage body position in the construction of that modification kit.
And for EV1, EV2, we're just waiting a couple more minutes for additional data passes.
Copy.
One. I'm at the APFR, and I'm going to got that out at Stephanie. I'm going to work on releasing it.
Copy.
So, with the relocation of the APFR, Jessica Meir, whose cameras we are seeing live from now, she just disconnected that APFR from the WithX, and again, used in today's spacewalk to help extend the worksite space and reach of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, as they were constructing the 6 struts and mounting bracket, for the future IROSA rollout solar array, that is, on the 3B power channel. So right now, after the APFR, again, articulating portable foot restraint relocation, the WithX worksite interface extender next up on Jessica Meir's task list.
Stephanie, I think this is in hockey, what they call the penalty box.
And copy that. And we are just taking an additional look at your CO2 data. It's looking in a way odd to us, and so we just want to make sure we have good data and we're interpreting it correctly.
No worries. I was just joking, of course. If you need any, like, symptomatology, I feel fine from a medical perspective, doctor.
And we copied. That's good information. Thank you. APFR and WIF 29, clocking of 6. Rest of the settings, Fox 12.
Copy. The APFR is in WIF 29, a clocking of 6. I've got a good pull twist test black on black.
Copy, black on black, good pull twist.
Could you give me the rest of those settings again, please?
Yes, absolutely. It's triple foxtrot, Fox 12.
Okay.
Break. Warning. GM says CO2 sensor bad.
Copy, EV2, CO2 sensor bad.
All switches towards me, gauges to the green.
Copy all switches towards you, and say again, suit pressure reading from the gauge and a HAP check.
It's in the green, HAP is dry.
In the green, HAP dry.
4.2.
Copy 4.2.
Want to take a look at your cup checklist while we're doing this, Anil? I can walk you through it. Yep. Will the ID walk you through it, actually, like we planned?
Yes, and we are checking the steps, and with that, periodically monitor physical condition with the CO2 sensor failed.
Got it. Page 26. And I'll monitor physical conditions, understand it's just a sensor issue.
Good readback and good page 26.
Stephanie, I have the APFR in 12 Fox 12. So it is all set. Good full twist test. Black on black. Would you like me to get the WIFX to expedite getting in or pause here?
Got no water or symptoms.
Copy.
Yes, Jessica, we would like you to pick up the WIFX for the rest of this EVA. For Anil, for EV2, we would like you to retrieve the cable bag. We would like you to translate in towards the airlock. And per the cuff checklist for CO2 sensor bad, continue to monitor your symptoms.
After that, I'm going to pick up that cable bag and I'm going to go indoors.
It's a good readback. Jessica, additional checks for the APFR. Can you verify ingress aid stowed low profile against the boot plate?
Affirm.
Thank you.
Five hours and 42 minutes into today's spacewalk. Communications radioed up from the ground here at NASA's Mission Control Center in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as Jessica Meir and Anil Menon winding down U.S. Spacewalk 96 for Meir, wrapping up the relocation of the articulating portable foot restraint and the WIFX, the worksite interface extender. As for Anil Menon, going over his CO2 gauges, and he will begin making his way back to the Quest airlock. He will bring the cable bag in tow, which recently just had the
pitch knob on that APFR. It seemed to go in nominally when I returned it to the lock position at Foxtrot. It took some extra pressure to get it all the way to lock. It is all the way in lock, but it was a little bit sticky in that very last mode.
And we copy. Thanks for the information.
And again, that communication from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to wrap up and clean up today's spacewalk activities, as her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon have completed the build out of a modification kit to the 3B mast canister on the far starboard side of the International Space Station that will support the rollout of an IROSA, an International Space Station rollout solar array.
Jessica, while you're placing the WIFX on your BRT, we have an inspection that we would like you to perform as you are translating inboard. With the bundle of joys that both of you guys had going in, it's possible that the strap bag could have contacted the 1A BGA on the way to the work site. We would like you to inspect the 1A mod kit on your way back inboard.
Okay, copy. On A, so You give me the location of that. That's what again? What is the next one over from here? You can see it right now. One bay over.
And it's S4, same side as 3 Bravo, and it's the lower struts to the mass canister that we're interested in.
Okay, copy.
And some additional instruction given to astronaut Jessica Meir to take a quick look at the 1A mast canister. And she will translate or transition back towards the Quest airlock and actually move past that 1A mast canister to allow for additional inspection. Meanwhile, her partner in this EVA today, astronaut Anil Menon, is wrapping up his day, bringing the cable bag, which has the strut bag inside, with him, and is making his return towards the Quest airlock. We have just crossed over 5 hours and 45 minutes in today's spacewalk.
I'm feeling great. Another day in paradise.
Awesome. That's good to hear. Thank you.
All right, cable bag is up. It's on the DRT, and I'm headed in.
And stand by one.
Copy all.
And now I just want to make sure I can get this whiff back up. DRT slipped a bit down, so a little bit out of my reach. But if I turn, I might be able to get it. But I'll make sure I can before leave.
Good call. You want me to start coming outboard?
I think I got it. Stand by one.
Got a good visual on it.
I've got it now.
Okay. Nice job. Your waist tether?
I see it, yeah.
Yeah. You can pick it up. Oh, there you go. Doing good, Stephanie. Cap's dry.
Copy dry, happen, feeling good.
Jessica, you want me to start heading in?
I'm good, yeah. Go for it. Right behind you. Stephanie, I'm going to pick up my green hook.
That's affirmed. We'd like you to pick it up en route, handrail 2042, plan is still for you to install the WIF-X into the port Zeta cart with 2.
Stephanie, I've got my green hook back on my red reel. Ready to come in.
Copy green hook on red reel, and a friendly reminder about the inspection of the 1A mass canister.
B, 1A. And so, like, sure that we're clear, the mass canister on the same side as this or the opposite side?
It is on the same side.
Okay, copy.
Doing good, Stephanie. Dry out.
Copy dry, feeling good.
I believe I'm there, Stephanie. This is what I'm looking at, correct? See 2 lower struts?
Yes, we're interested in the, the lower side, lower struts left side.
Left lower strut is in place. I don't see anything off nominal.
Copy, yep. Anything obvious? That's what we're looking for.
No, it looks exactly the same as the right side. I see the cables, see the wire ties. Off nominal.
Copy the report, checking.
Right underneath it now so I can get an even closer look. I have a hand on it that's not moving at all. I can see all the bolts. pause here right now until you give me a go.
Yes, and we just got the final words. You are go. Thank you for the report and for the verbal. We see you en route to the port CETA cart with 2 for the WIFX install.
Copy.
Approaching 5 hours and 55 minutes of today's spacewalk outside of the International Space Station, U.S. Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronaut and Space Station Commander Jessica Meir and astronaut Anil Menon. You see Menon in the upper center portion of your screen as he is making his way from the work site, the 3B mast canister, which is on the far starboard side of the International Space Station. So those two had quite the journey to get out to the work site today, going all the way to that, again, far end of the starboard portion of the truss structure. They are making their way back to the Quest airlock today after completing their tasks, installing all 6 struts and an IROSA mounting bracket that'll support the installation of an IROSA, the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, to provide additional power to the orbiting laboratory. So as they continue to make their way towards the Quest airlock, they had Jessica Meir make a quick pit stop over to the 1A mast canister, the next one over from their work site today, just for additional inspections. And now the 2 of them making their way back home as we close in on what's going to be 6 hours of today's spacewalk.
In big picture, Stephanie, are we going to be going straight back to the airlock with the cable bag?
And that's affirmed. We'd like Anil to head back with the cable bag. We'll have you stow the WIFX on the port CETA cart. We are forgoing the APFR work at ESP2 for today. And after you stow the WIFX, we'll have you perform the slingshot cleanup.
I'm under the starboard cart now. I see our others.
I'm under the port. I'm just clearing it now.
Copy EV1, EV2.
closing in on a 6-hour EVA, extravehicular activity today. SpaceWalk, U.S. SpaceWalk 96 for NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon as we follow along their journey from the 3B mast canister that is on the far end of the starboard side of the truss, the International Space Station, the backbone support structure. And there you can see them making their way back down that truss and heading towards the Quest airlock, which is located right in the center of your screen, as we have now officially passed the 6-hour mark of today's spacewalk.
Copy with 2. With X installs with a clocking of 12. Remaining settings Golf 1.
Golf 1.
Let's see the spur descending.
Copy EV2.
And as mentioned in the center of your view, the Quest airlock, where you can see off in the distance NASA astronaut Anil Menon making his way towards that hatch to head back inside. You also see the cargo spacecraft at the top of your screen, the Northrop Grumman Commercial Resupply Services Mission NG-24 cargo spacecraft. And slowly but surely making her way into the field of view off the left is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir joining Menon today on today's spacewalk as EV1, Menon EV2. Meir with the red spacesuit with the stripes.
I've got a clocking of 2. Do you want me to get it back to 12? Or do you lock in?
Clocking of 2 is good.
Okay, and then what were the other settings?
Other settings Golf.
Twist test.
Copy good pull twist. Check locking color black on black. Remaining settings Golf 1.
It's on black, and I'll set Golf 1.
The circular handrail, half dry, feeling good.
Copy half dry, feeling good at the circular handrail.
1 copies.
Want me to open the thermal cover and start getting the bag in?
That's affirm. You have a go to open the hatch thermal cover.
And that is Anil Menon that has made his way back to the Quest airlock and has opened up the thermal cover. Hot on this trail is Jessica Meir, who just put away the articulating portable foot restraint, as well as the WIFX, 2 tools used to help in today's spacewalk. And once those are secure, she will also continue her journey on to return to the Quest airlock. Just over 6 hours into today's spacewalk.
And Jessica and Stephanie, I'm at the hatch. I've got the airlock waist there. On my right D-ring extender, closed lock, black on black. The small hook is on the airlock D-ring extender, closed lock, black on black. So we have a good load path now.
Copy that.
Houston concurs.
Just to confirm, Stephanie, are you okay if I put the cable bag in there now?
Yes. We are okay with that. That's a good plan.
NASA astronaut Anil Menon continuing his procedures to re-enter the Quest airlock with the cable bag.
Then I will release his.
EV choose anchor hook first.
Oh, copy up.
So you'll release the EV choose anchor hook?
Reel first.
Yes.
I'd like a good load path too, so that's a great idea.
We copy and concur.
Anil Menon, NASA astronaut, continuing to work to re-enter the International Space Station and the Quest airlock. The thermal hatch cover is open. He has the cable bag just off to his left-hand side, working those procedures to return to where his spacewalk would begin a little more than 6 hours and 6 minutes ago. Astronaut Jessica Meir, who off-screen will be making her way back towards the Quest airlock and begin re-entry and repressurization procedures shortly thereafter. And now taking a look, Menon has now brought back in that cable bag and will make his way into the crew lock here momentarily.
My anchor hook is back on my workstation.
Copy. Before you depart the CETA cart, hit the brakes, starboard and port CETA cart brakes 2 times. 1 minute to a handover.
CETA brakes. Pumps on the starboard CETA cart.
Copy 2 pumps, starboard CETA cart.
Currently experiencing a handover in communication satellites and loss of views outside of the International Space Station.
Double check HECA green light off.
So we bring you back inside the International Space Station flight control room as Flight Director Ronak Dave and the Momentum Flight Team overseeing these final few moments of today's spacewalk as we have eclipsed 6 hours and 8 minutes of U.S. Spacewalk 98. Stephanie Wilson, NASA astronaut, has been guiding astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, who have been outside of the International Space Station during that time, performing key tasks to construct a modification kit.
We may have missed the last 30 seconds or so of transmissions.
Just gave you 2 pumps on the starboard, and I'm at the port now, so I'll do that in just a moment.
Copy. Thanks for the report.
So again, the team here on the ground inside Mission Control Houston, continuing to monitor the return of astronauts Anil Menon, who has, last we saw, will be returning back inside the Quest airlock. And we'll get those live views here momentarily as we check in now on astronaut Jessica Meir with the red stripes. That's how we know it's her on the pant leg of her spacesuit.
Double check HECA green light off.
Light off.
Copy green light off. And EV1, we see you en route to the airlock.
Sure. I'll proceed us first.
Houston copies.
Views outside of the International Space Station as we cross 6 hours and 11 minutes in support of the 281st spacewalk of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronaut Anil Menon has made his way back towards the Quest airlock.
Hi, Anil, I'm here.
Great. The airlock is clear. There's no SDUs in the way. The cable bag is in the location we briefed. It should be out of the way. Now, keep it a little more towards me even.
I see your feet right in the middle of the hatch, so I'm going to come in. I'm going to get my end effector on the cover.
For EV1, turn HECA off before ingress.
You want HECA's off.
Copy.
NASA astronaut EV1 and International Space Station Commander Jessica Meir has arrived to the Quest airlock. There you can see her feet just above the thermal cover of the airlock's hatchway.
Thermal cover. They come up just like we talked about. See your feet. Let you know if I need you to move them.
You coming in? Chest is clear. Your feet.
I'm going to come up a little more and get my feet back.
I'm going to cover it, see it closing. Your feet are by the OSCA. Perfect position. Put them straight back. Okay.
I think there's something behind me.
Your feet are on the UIA.
Yeah, it's not my feet, it's my breast.
Okay. I'm looking. Clear.
Okay. Thermal cover's closed. I'll get the strap.
Copy, thermal cover closed. Working the strap until snug, confirming 6 lines visible, and engage the magnet, verify the magnet is engaged.
Work.
And as we see just outside of the Quest airlock, that thermal cover being pulled back behind NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, now joining Anil Menon inside of the crew lock.
Stephanie, I see 6 lines, and the magnet is engaged.
Copy, 6 lines, magnet is engaged. For both EV1 and EV2, remove the SCU from the pouch.
Work. SCU removed.
Copy both EV1, EV2 have SCUs removed from the pouch, remove DCM cover, Velcro to DCM, connect SCU to DCM. Check SCU locked.
Work.
And with that communication from Stephanie Wilson on the ground in Mission Control in Houston, we now return inside of the Quest airlock, where we see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on the left and ESA astronaut Sophie Adno anxiously awaiting their return of their friends and crewmates as they have returned inside the Quest airlock. You heard them with a couple different acronyms relating to reconnecting their spacesuits back to the space station. And Sophie will take the opportunity to appear through the window and monitor her friends and colleagues and snap a few photos as we will monitor.
For EV2, I'll take a moment to give you some additional words given the CO2 bad sensor. As we repress, and we'll do a nominal repress, you may have some additional water inside your suit that may affect water on your comm cap that may affect your comm. You might lose comm. While we're expecting a nominal recess, we have apprised the IB team of doing the potential for an expedited repress and expedited suit doffing if needed.
EV2 copies all.
We return inside the Quest airlock and the equipment lock as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno.
Copy EV1, SCU locked. There's a note about TVC settings, a TCV setting of 8 to max cold, minimizes time for SCU cooling. Next.
EV1.
Next, take your water switches to off, OFF, the forward position. Expect water off. Water is off message.
EV1, water off. Expected message.
EV2, water off, expected message.
Copy. One caution, do not close hatch until EMU water is off for 2 minutes.
EV1. And Stephanie, we've got a few words. On this day in 2012, NASA's robotic rover Curiosity successfully landed on the surface of Mars, the goal of understanding if the planet could have fostered life. Curiosity achieved that goal within a year, and it discovered that ancient Mars possessed all of the key chemical ingredients and stable water environments to support microbial life. One day, humans will visit Curiosity, propelled by the groundbreaking science, technology demonstrations, and operations conducted here on the International Space Station, almost 26 years now. Today, we made one more step toward expanding the ISS power system, further sustaining our human presence in low Earth orbit as we prepare to take those next steps. Speaking of water on Mars, this also happens to be International Scuba Diving Day, so Anil and I wanted to give a huge shout out to the divers who helped train us for this mission. Today, I also had the added privilege of escorting a first-time spacewalker out the hatch once again. Congratulations to my friend and colleague, Anil Menon, on completing his first spacewalk. Welcome to the club, Anil. Excellent work out there. I'm thrilled to see the 5 swarming both inside and outside the ISS these days. Over to you.
Thank you, Jessica, for passing on your knowledge and experience from 6 spacewalks. The entire experience has taught me that a smooth AVA is entirely about the team. Thank you to our exceptional team on the ground, including first-timers like Stephen Villano, and to Jack and Sophie for their attention to detail in ensuring our safe return. Happy birthday, Christy Ray. This spacewalk is a small part of what we accomplished. Other parts were all of the preparation and getting back safely, so thank you for that.
Over to you, Stephanie. Thanks for being an awesome ground diving.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the kind words and the great words, and congrats to both of you and to the entire team of Momentum Flight, of having great momentum to work through this last mod kit. You have worked very hard, very expeditiously, with good momentum, and we appreciate your words and your work today for future endeavors.
Stephanie, and all down there.
Thank you.
And the 2-minute water time has expired. We would like a double check that the thermal hatch is closed, the thermal cover is closed, prior to verifying the outer hatch clear of hardware and closing the hatch.
Thermal cover is closed. I see the 6 lines. It did pop off on and off the magnet a few times when I was closing it, but it's on there now. I'm not sure if it'll stay there when I close the hatch. It seems to pop off pretty easily, but I do see 6 lines on the strap. I see that the hatch is clear.
We copy. Thanks for the additional report. That's a good config. We're ready for you to verify handle position per the hatch decal and close and lock the hatch.
Work.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon is sharing words.
Position. And you get the hatch key.
Water pressure on Anil's suit.
Both Meir and Menon continuing to work through their re-entry procedures back inside the International Space Station after both now inside the crew lock of the Quest airlock, and we are seeing what is on the other side of that hatchway, and you can actually see the NASA logo through that window just for a brief moment as Sophie Adno of the European Space Agency and Jack Hathaway of NASA anxiously await for their safe return of their friends. Today's spacewalk clock continuing to motor on along, now 6 hours and 23 minutes.
I'm taking a look. I'm behind you, please.
Looks like something on the left side.
The cable bag is out of the way. How now?
That's better. It's just coming down.
Good job.
I see the hatch is clear. I'm going to go ahead and latch. Hatch is fully to latch, and I'm going to lock it. Close and lock.
Copy hatch closed and latched. We are in pre-repress. On your DCMs, check SCU connected to DCM.
SCU is connected, EV1.
EV2 is connected.
Check water switch off for 2 minutes.
Confirmed.
Check EV hatch closed and locked.
Confirmed. Hatch closed and locked.
On the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2, 2 valves in open.
Oxygen EMU 1, EMU 2, open, both.
Copy. Take power, EV1, EV2, 2 switches to on.
Switches on, I see 2 lights.
Copy. 2 LEDs on. Check power, EV1, EV2 volts between 18 and 19.
EV1 18.8, EV2 18.6.
Copy. 18.8 and 18.6 EV1 and EV2 volts. On your DCMs, take power to SCU. EV expected warning tone.
On SCU.
EV2, SCU.
Copy all. That completes a pre-repress. Thanks again for your great work today. You both are rock stars. I'm handing you over to Jack and Sophie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Stephanie, we think you're the rock star, and we got him for the rest of the way. Thanks for yours and all the team that worked down there. You guys are the best.
Thank you.
Okay, now, before we get started, we think we saw your helmet purge valve unlocked, and we think you want to lock that before we get into the press.
Locked. It's locked.
Great. Thanks for double checking that for us. So for EV1 and EV2, take your O2 actuators to press.
One press.
EV2, press.
All right, nice work, guys. EV1, check the EV hatch MPET is closed.
MPET is closed.
All right, we are going to take the IV hatch equalization valve to start repressing you. That should get an alert tone.
Please.
And with repressurization of the crew lock now underway, that'll officially mark the end of today's spacewalk. It would come to a close just a minute ago at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, with today's spacewalk lasting a total of 6 hours and 27 minutes, as both NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon would depart the space station and build out a modification kit for the 3B mast canister to attach it to in preparation for a future International Space Station rollout solar array to provide additional power to the orbiting laboratory. So again, today's spacewalk lasting 6 hours and 27 minutes, and it would come to a close right at the top of the hour, 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will monitor the repressurization of the crew lock. That is on the other side of that hatchway you see right now, where Sophie Adno of ESA and Jack Hathaway of NASA are currently monitoring. They are closely approaching from bringing the lock up from vacuum to now about 1 pound per square inch. Of course, they want that to climb all the way up to about what it is at sea level, about 14.5 pounds per square inch. So a little ways to go, but we'll continue to follow along. Inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and ESA astronaut Sophie Adno continuing to monitor the climbing pressure inside of the crew lock of the Quest airlock. Approaching now about 2 pounds per square inch, part of the repressurization at the conclusion of today's spacewalk with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
Increasing through 2 PSI.
81.
And that milestone right there, passing 2 PSI, pounds per square inch inside of that lock. They want to get that to match where they are currently operating, which is sitting at about 14.5 pounds per square inch. Today's spacewalk, the 281st in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, lasted 6 hours and 27 minutes and came to a close just 5 minutes ago at 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, as both Meir and Menon would complete the construction from start to finish of 6 struts and a mounting bracket attaching to the 3B mast canister that will support an IROSA, an International Space Station rollout solar array, to increase power availability to the orbiting laboratory.
Three and a half PSI at 4. You guys are going to get an alert turn.
V1.
2.
As we continue to follow along with the repressurization of the crew lock and so as numbers, as timeline has just come to a close right now at 2 p.m. Central Time, 6 hours and 27 minutes. So for U.S. Spacewalk 96, by the numbers, today was the 281st spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
We're going to pause at 5.
And with that update, Jack Hathaway relaying that they will pause at 5 PSI and continue their safety and equipment checks, making sure everything is okay before continuing on with the repressurization. But taking a look even closer at the numbers, it is the 4th spacewalk out of the station this year in 2026. In fact, Jessica Meir has now participated in 3 of those 4 spacewalks, and it is the first spacewalk of Expedition 75. In total for Jessica Meir, it is the 6th spacewalk of her career, now upping her career total to 42 hours and 33 minutes. And for Anil Menon, this was his very first venture out into outer space, and this is his sixth. His total is today's total of the EVA of 6 hours and 27 minutes. In total, of the 281 spacewalks in support of ISS, or International Space Station, assembly and maintenance and upgrades, it is equal to 74 days, 4 hours, and 21 minutes of spacewalking time. And again, we continue to follow along with the repressurization of the crew lock, now up to 4.90 pounds per square inch. And we heard the communications to Jack Hathaway that they will pause at the 5 pound per square inch mark and go over all system checks, make sure everything is okay.
PSI. We're going to sit here for 2 minutes and wait for the crew lock pressure to stabilize. 1, 2.
So you heard there, waiting for the pressure to stabilize inside of the crew lock. So they will pause for a couple of moments just to give the space some time before continuing on with repressurization. Again, also, in addition to that, by the numbers, this is the first of what is going to be a busy month of spacewalks outside of the International Space Station. The next one coming up right around the corner, a week from today, Thursday, August 13th, U.S. Spacewalk 97, in which 2 astronauts will venture out into the vacuum of space to replace a communication antenna on the space station called the Space-to-Ground Antenna, critical communication system for the space station and used by NASA to transmit data. And the antenna enables high-speed communications between Mission Control here in Houston and the orbiting laboratory. And flying in to join Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, that is Roscosmos cosmonaut